Have you ever seen some guy on TV or YouTube and they're playing 10 ball and they're making the game look really easy? To them, it's not really much of an effort. They just fire the ball in and the cue ball pretty much goes where they want it to go. And even when they're playing 8 ball, they just run around the table, and to them, everything is easy. And it really doesn't matter if they're jumping at balls or cutting balls in or even kicking at balls. To them, the game has become easy. Now, do these guys know something you don't know? Well, the truth is they do. They probably know a lot you don't know, and that's what this video is all about. So what separates this video from all the other videos out there is that this video has one goal in mind, and that's to make the game easy for you. And I'm going to show you a lot of secrets that are really going to supercharge your game. This video is all about cue ball control, teaching you an easier way to put that cue ball anywhere you want. We're first going to go through the fundamentals of the game, and not just stroke fundamentals, but the fundamentals of position play. These are the building blocks to building a powerful game. And when most players learn the game of pool, this is information they were never given. And without a thorough understanding of position fundamentals, you'll never reach a high level in pool. I'm not only going to show you an easier way to move the cue ball around the table, but we're going to be doing it without left or right spin. By the time you're done with this section, you're going to have greater control of the cue ball with a lot less effort. The game will start to become easier for you. We're then going to get into half table pattern play, running balls in order using only half a table and no left or right spin. These drills are all about using the angles to move the cue ball around the table with minimal effort. We first start with 3 balls, and we're going to progress to 5 ball patterns. Then we're going to move on to full table pattern play. And by this time, your ability to see angles, plan your patterns, and control the cue ball is going to skyrocket. Next, we're going to recreate runouts by the top players in the world. We're going to break down each shot one by one and explain why they chose the pattern they did. I'll show you what English they used and even demonstrate scenarios if they had gotten out of line. This is a great section to study if you've ever wondered why a top player chose the pattern they did. And throughout the video, we're going to have a lot of exciting shots that you're just going to love. For instance, I'm going to show you a technique for cutting balls in backwards. And these are cut shots you would never even think about cutting. I'll show you an easier way to pocket an object ball when it's right next to the cue ball. I'll show you a trick for banking a ball into a pocket that's blocked by other balls. And believe it or not, the trick is to shoot easy. I'm going to show you a mistake that almost everyone makes when they jump balls. I'm also going to show you an easier way to aim your jumps. This video is jam-packed full of great shots, tips, and lessons, all designed to get you to that next level. Now when you're ready to learn more about the game, go to our website www.0x-billiards.com. The 0x training videos have been one of the top selling instructional videos every year since their release. This exciting video series covers everything from 8-ball strategy to 9-ball strategy, fundamentals, kicking, banking, and a whole lot more. 6 hours of training available on DVD or as instant downloads. And receive our ball pocketing ebook free with every order. One of the main reasons people struggle in pool is because when they were first learning the game, they didn't spend much time working on their stance or their stroke. Instead, they got right into pocketing balls, and that became their main focus. And it's in this early stage where bad habits are formed and become a permanent part of the player's game. And then the player goes from pocketing balls to playing position using left and right spin. And the problem with this is that they never learn the fundamentals of position play, how the cue ball moves off object balls and rails without spin. And because of this, they were never able to consistently control the cue ball. This, combined with any issues that may be in their stroke fundamentals, have limited their game, making it very difficult, if not impossible, to reach a higher level in pool. Without a thorough understanding of how the cue ball moves off object balls and rails, the player's cue ball control will always be inconsistent. And if you can't control the cue ball without spin, you're never going to be able to control the cue ball with spin. And that's what much of this video is all about, learning how to run the table in 8-ball and 9-ball without using left and right spin. And once you start developing a feel for controlling the cue ball without spin, when you do start using spin again, you're going to have a better idea of exactly how much spin you need, if any. You're going to start putting that cue ball wherever you want since you now have a deeper understanding of position fundamentals. And when I travel the country training students for my 14 days episodes, I can usually spot their problems within the first rack. They usually have a couple stroke issues that need to be fixed, but the main issue is their lack of understanding of position play. Playing improper angles along with overspinning the cue ball are issues that almost all of my students share. So the first thing I do is I take these players back to the fundamentals, the same fundamentals they probably skipped when they were first learning the game. So I have them do stroke drills, ball pocketing drills, and center ball positioning. And in order for these players to ever reach a high level in pool, they have to develop a strong foundation for their game. And for many of my students who have struggled for years, the transformation to becoming a stronger player happens very quickly, sometimes within a few days. These are players who had the capability and knowledge to play at a much higher level, but they had several limitations in their game. Once we remove these limitations, they can now reach a much higher level in pool. So in this video, we're going to cover the same training that my students go through. First we'll cover stroke fundamentals, then position fundamentals, then finally we're going to go through full table pattern play using left and right spin. As I explained in Secrets 2, the stance is created around the shooting line. And the shooting line is created using the ghost ball and the cue ball. And when we talk about the ghost ball, we're referring to an imaginary ball location that represents where the cue ball needs to be to pocket the object ball. For instance, let's say I want to pocket the one ball on the side. Imagine a line going through the center of the pocket opening through the center of the one ball. So for me to pocket the one ball, the cue ball needs to end up here when it contacts the object ball. So if I can visualize this ghost ball on each shot, I can then imagine a line going through the center of the ghost ball through the center of the cue ball. This is the line that I use to build my stance on every shot. For instance, in this shot, if I wanted to pocket the 9 in the corner, I would have to strike the 9 here with the cue ball. So this now becomes our ghost ball. The shooting line runs through the center of this ghost ball through the center of the cue ball. In this shot, the cue ball will strike the object ball here to pocket it in the corner. So the center of the ghost ball to the center of the cue ball is the shooting line. In another example, the cue ball will strike the object ball here to pocket it in the side. So the center of this ghost ball through the center of the cue ball is our shooting line. Now let's create the stance around the shooting line. In this example, the object ball and cue ball are straight into the corner pocket. And when both balls are straight in like this, you don't need to visualize the ghost ball. You can now just create the shooting line from the center of the object ball through the center of the cue ball. We then visualize this line as it extends past the table. And for the purposes of this video, I'm going to place the shooting line on the floor so you can see how I step into the shot. And we begin by placing our back foot on this shooting line, either at a slight angle or at an angle closer to 90 degrees. Turning our foot like this helps provide a bit more stability. Next, we step into the shot with our other foot. The foot will be parallel with the shooting line or slightly turned in. Our hips move out of the way to create more clearance for our stroke. And some players prefer locking their back leg and slightly bending their front leg, while other players like to slightly bend both legs. Players who are taller or who tend to play at a faster pace prefer bending both knees slightly. So here are a few issues to watch out for when creating your stance. Here I see the shooting line and I begin creating my stance, but you can see that when I place my back foot on the shooting line, it's too far back. And the reason this happened is because I started creating my stance too far away from the table. So if I move in a little bit closer and recreate my stance, everything now is more balanced. Another issue that people have is that they face away from the shot. Here my right foot is in the proper placement, but my left foot is facing away from the shot. I'm actually facing about 90 degrees away from the shot, which may cause a bit of instability. So this time, instead of my front foot facing away from the shot, I step into the shot with my left foot more parallel to the shooting line. In this example, my right foot has crossed the shooting line by about a foot. Now when I get down into the shooting stance, my stroke is extremely close to my body, which may interfere with the stroking motion. So this time I reposition my back foot more on the shooting line. And as I get into my shooting stance, you can now see that I have plenty of clearance. And as I get into shooting position, the top part of my stroke arm should be on the shooting line. Here you can see the top part of my arm isn't quite on the shooting line. So I'll reposition myself, and this time when I get down, I try to make sure my arm is on the shooting line. So now you can see how important it is to visualize the shooting line. Your stance will always be built around this line for every shot. And the better you get at this, the more accurate you're going to be in pocketing balls. Much of the aiming process is done before the player even gets down on the table. In this example, the player isn't aware of the shooting line when he builds his stance, so now he has to twist his body to place the cue stick on the line, which may cause his stance to become unstable. Now, this time when he approaches the table, he sees the shooting line and builds his stance around the line. Now when he bends over, his cue stick naturally drops into place. Now as the player gets into shooting position, their forearm should be relaxed and hanging naturally below their elbow as demonstrated here. Once the forearm starts moving away from this line, either to the inside or outside, it becomes more challenging to keep the stick on a straight path. It's important that when building the stance, you let your body do what it naturally wants to do. And this applies not only to the forearm, but also to the grip. Here, you can see that my grip is also relaxed. The cue sits on the fingers and the thumb sits to the side of the grip, holding the cue in place. You never want to put the thumb on top of the cue. You always want it off to the side to hold the cue in place. Here, the grip is turned inward, and here the grip is turned outward. If you just hang your hand naturally below your forearm without the pull cue, you'll see that your hand will naturally hang correctly, like this. Now try to keep the same relaxed position as you hold the pull cue. The thumb should point downward through the stroking motion. If you finish your stroke and your thumb is pointing toward your body, that means that you turned your wrist. Try to keep your thumb in the same position throughout the stroke. The goal for the grip is to remove any unnecessary tension. You really just want to feel the weight of the stick as you hold it. And the biggest mistake most players make is holding the cue way too tightly. The grip pressure should come from the front part of the grip hand. The back fingers apply very little if any pressure on the cue stick, and some players will remove their back 1 or 2 fingers completely off the pull cue. The grip pressure should remain the same throughout the stroking motion. And remember, not everyone is going to have perfect fundamentals, but the closer you can get to proper fundamentals, the faster you're going to improve. If you're one of those players whose forearm is turned or your arm isn't lined up properly, you can still get to a high level. You're just going to need to put in more time on the table than someone whose fundamentals don't have these issues. Next, we're going to focus in on the actual stroking motion and some issues players may run into. Now, as the player is down on the shot and puts his tip up to the cue ball, they should relax their grip hand and slide it below their elbow. Here, the tip is at the cue ball, but my grip hand is too far back in the cue stick, which may restrict my backstroke. In this example, my grip hand is too far forward. By keeping the grip hand relaxed, we can let it slide naturally below my elbow. The backstroke should be straight back with a nice easy tempo. And whether you're shooting a shot easy, medium, or hard, your backstroke should always be the same slow tempo. Here my backstroke is too quick, which usually results in an abbreviated backstroke. Some top players will have a noticeable pause at the end of the backstroke before beginning the forward stroke. This pause at the end of the backstroke requires practice to perfect the timing. You want the pause to become second nature before playing in competition. You never want to have to think about the mechanics of the stroke when playing tournaments or leagues. And the more common type of pause is the natural pause. And this pause occurs naturally as the backstroke slowly finishes and then begins the forward stroke. Similar to someone throwing a softball or horseshoe, their backswing slows down and transitions to the forward swing. It should happen naturally without having to think about it. And as the player begins the forward motion, the grip pressure should remain consistent. The speed of the forward stroke should gradually ramp up to prevent any tightening of the grip hand. The cue stick should be accelerating on the forward stroke, reaching the optimum speed at impact with the cue ball. And even though the cue stick will slightly slow down when contacting the cue ball, you still need to keep the stick moving forward through the cue ball, staying as level as possible through the impact area. And here's why it's important to have good follow through. One issue that many players have is that they lock up their grip at impact. And here's an example of what I mean. I'll put a ball in the spot and shoot it into the corner pocket. As the tip strikes the cue ball, instead of the stick driving through the cue ball and gradually coming to a stop, it immediately stops at impact with the cue ball. So in order for the stick's momentum to come to an immediate stop after impact with the cue ball, the grip hand needs to begin tightening up just prior to contact with the cue ball. And here you can see my grip hand tightening up on the forward stroke, anticipating stopping the tip at impact. This change in grip pressure just prior to striking the cue ball may cause the stick to go off the shooting line, causing a mishit. And some players who have this issue will sometimes begin stopping the cue stick's momentum just prior to impact with the cue ball. And being able to follow through correctly will remove this hesitation in your stroke. Also, you'll notice that some players have a significant elbow drop, while others have very little elbow movement during their stroke. And ideally, you want as few moving parts as possible when stroking. The more moving parts means the more things that can go wrong. All the parts have to be in sync with each other when performing the stroke. Players who have a significant elbow drop usually develop this stroke when they were first learning the game, so it's become part of their muscle memory to drop the elbow. And even players who have a compact stroke may drop their elbow a little bit on certain shots, like stretch shots, or on certain power shots. Having a significant elbow drop on shots, however, requires many hours of practice to perfect the timing. Some players who try to manufacture an elbow drop on shots will sometimes drop their elbow slightly before impact with the cue ball, which results in a mishit. If you wish to employ an elbow drop into your game, be prepared to spend extra time on the table perfecting the timing. And one issue you're going to have to watch out for if you have minimal elbow drop is not putting the tip close enough to the cue ball when aiming. Here we can see that the tip of the cue isn't very close to the cue ball. The problem with this is that when we perform the stroke, our optimum speed is reached right here. So this speed is to be maintained until the tip can reach the cue ball. But if the tip is too far away from the cue ball, the stick may be slowing down by the time it reaches the cue ball. Practice trying to get the tip pretty close to the cue ball, usually less than 1 cube of chalk away. Also, by putting the tip closer to the cue ball, you're going to have a much better chance of hitting the cue ball where you're aiming. And when you're aiming, your eyes will be going back and forth from the object ball to the cue ball. And when everything looks like it's lined up, you can go ahead and stroke the shot. Now some people look at the cue ball last. Their focus is making sure they strike the cue ball where they are aiming. But the majority of players look at the object ball last. They feel more comfortable being able to see the shot while stroking. And other players will look at the cue ball during the backstroke, then their eyes shift to the object ball as the forward stroke begins. This usually results in a more noticeable pause as the backstroke transitions to the forward stroke. Find the way that's comfortable for you. If you're not comfortable looking at the cue ball last, then focus on the object ball. There is no wrong way to do it. You just have to find the way that's comfortable for you. So if we put it all together, here are the steps. And we begin by placing our back foot on this shooting line, either at a slight angle or at an angle closer to 90 degrees. Next, we step into the shot with our other foot. The foot will be parallel with the shooting line or slightly turned in. Also, create your bridge before you get down on the table. The fewer things you have to do once you're on the table, the better. As we then bend forward onto the table, we move our hips back to provide clearance for our stroking arm. As we place our bridge on the table, it becomes the third part of our tripod along with both legs. When done correctly, we should have clearance for the stroking motion. We apply slight pressure to the cue stick as we perform the backstroke. The cue stick should drive forward through the cue ball and slowly come to a stop on or near the table felt. And here's a great drill to help you fine-tune your stroke and stance. Place a ball on the spot and imagine the shooting line from the center of the ball to the center of the pocket opening. We're now going to create our stance using this line. Create your bridge while standing, then slowly bend down onto the shot, keeping your head on the line. When you're down on the table, your forearm and grip hand should be hanging naturally below your elbow. On your backstroke, pull the cue all the way back and concentrate on a smooth transition between the backstroke and forward stroke. Allow the cue to slowly accelerate, reaching proper speed at impact. Keep your head still until the ball reaches the pocket to prevent any unnecessary movement. Although moving your head has no effect on the shot after you strike the cue ball, if it becomes a habit, your body will then begin to tighten up in anticipation of the head movement prior to striking the cue ball. And on some shots, your head movement may begin during the early part of the forward stroke, which will affect where your tip strikes the cue ball. So it's a good idea to exaggerate how long you keep your head down while you are practicing. And when you do the stroke drills, since you don't have to worry about pocketing a ball or playing position, all of your focus can be on your stroke and your stance. You can now monitor your mechanics for any problems, such as, is your forearm turned inward or outward? Is your wrist turned? Is your backstroke too fast? Does your thumb turn on the forward stroke? And do you follow through on a straight line? The first step in improving your pool game is understanding your game. And not just how you play the game, but the actual mechanics of your stroke. And when some of my students first start doing the stroke drill, their follow through is either too short or it's off the line on one side or the other. When you do this drill, you want to follow through keeping the stick above the shooting line. Your tip will either land on the felt or slightly above it. And for some of my students, it takes a few hundred shots before their stroke begins to follow through correctly. Both your backstroke and your forward stroke should stay on the shooting line. It may be a good idea to stand up every 4 or 5 balls and recreate your stance. Now, if you're one of the players who tends to tighten up at impact with a cue ball, it's going to take a few shots before you're able to follow through naturally. A good idea is to mark a spot on the felt about 6 inches beyond the spot on the shooting line. Now, when you shoot the ball, try to force the tip to stop on this mark or stop right above it. In the beginning, you may have to manually force the tip to this mark, but after a few hundred shots, your tip should start to land on this mark automatically. Your focus should be on a consistent grip pressure throughout the stroke and avoiding the tightening of the grip at impact. Once the stroke and stance start to feel more natural, you can try a variation on this drill by throwing balls out on the table and just shooting them one by one. This allows you to practice your stance with various types of shots. And if you're new to the game of pool, you may want to shoot just one ball until you get your fundamentals down. The problem many new players to the game have is that they begin trying to pocket balls right away, and their focus goes away from proper fundamentals. So they may begin to develop bad habits. Remember, to become a strong pool player, you have to learn the game in steps. First fundamentals, then ball pocketing, and then position play. Here's the first do or die shot. These are shots to try when you don't have any other options. Okay, we're playing a game of 8-ball, and we're shooting the 8, but we don't have a good offensive shot. See if you can figure out a way to pocket the 8-ball and win the game. And here's a hint, we're going to pocket the 8-ball without touching any of the stripes. Okay, this is a shot that's pretty difficult, but at least it gives you a chance to win the game. So I'm going to call the lower left corner pocket. I'm going to shoot the 8-ball and hold my cue ball where it is so the 8-ball can carom off it. And the great thing about this shot is that even if you miss the shot, you may still block the pocket for your opponent. Here's another version of this shot. In this version, the 8-ball and cue ball are farther away from the corner. So in this situation, I have to draw the cue ball back and off the side rail so the 8-ball can carom off it. In this last example, the cue ball and 8-ball are pretty far away from the corner pocket. See if you can figure out another way to pocket the 8-ball in one of the 2 corner pockets. Okay, so in this case, I need to follow the cue ball and time it out so the 8-ball can carom off the cue ball and go in the lower right corner pocket. In this situation, I'm no longer straight in on the 8-ball, but if I can bank the 8 into the 9-ball, it may carom into the corner pocket. This shot comes up every once in a while, so it's a good shot to know just in case. Here I'm playing 8-ball and I'm on the 8, but I left myself in the jaws of the pocket so I can't see the 8-ball. In this situation, I would aim toward the point of the pocket with center high, and this will send the cue ball toward the other corner pocket. This is a worthwhile shot to practice because this situation does come up every once in a while, and it at least gives you a chance to hit the ball, and sometimes pocket it. And it even works along the length of the table, although this is much more difficult. In this situation, I'm playing a game of 9-ball and I'm on the 2-ball. The problem is that when I shoot the 2 ball, the cue ball will run into the 7 ball, leaving me tough on the 3 ball, which is at the other end of the table. But since my cue ball will be striking the 7 ball immediately after hitting the 2, I can use the 7 ball to carry the cue ball to the side rail and down to the other end of the table. And I'll be shooting the 2 ball with low right. So when the cue ball strikes the side rail, the right hand spin will help bring the cue ball back to this end rail. Here's another example of playing position off a ball. I'm playing 8 ball and I'm on my last ball. The problem is that the 8 ball is next to the top end rail, so position on it will be difficult. But next to the 1 ball is the 13 ball, and since the cue ball will be running into the 13 ball after pocketing the 1, I can use that to my advantage. If I can strike the 1 ball with low right, the spin and draw will bring the cue ball back for shaping the 8 ball after striking the 13. And if you're ever confused about what spin to use, later in this video I'm going to show you an easy way to figure out if you need to use left or right spin. In the final example, I'm playing 8 ball and I'm on the 1 ball, but I have to bring the cue ball all the way back to this end rail for position on the 8. And when I pocket the 1 ball, it looks like I'll be running into the 9 ball, which means I can use the 9 ball like a rail. So when I shoot the 1 ball, I'll use a power draw stroke to bring the cue ball off the side rail for shaping the 8 ball. Here's another do or die shot. I left myself here on the 8 ball and it doesn't look like I have a pocket for it. See if you can figure out which pocket I made the 8 ball in. This shot actually comes up every once in a while, and it's a great shot to know when there are no other options. If we look at the 1 ball, it's at a pretty good spot along the side rail for me to carom the 8 off it. If I can shoot the 8 ball into the rail right next to the 1 ball, it should carom off it and head to the corner pocket. And here's the shot again in slow motion, and we can see the 8 ball striking the rail just prior to hitting the 1 ball, and that sends it toward the corner pocket. Here's another situation where I'm going to shoot the 8 into the rail and off an object ball to try and pocket it in the side pocket. So in this case, the 8 ball path would go in this direction, off the 4 ball toward the side pocket. And with a little practice, you should begin to develop a feel for this shot. It's all about recognizing where you need to strike the rail at to get the correct carom off the object ball. Next, we're going to go through various stances and bridges that you will need to learn. In this example, the player is shooting the 2 ball and he has 3 choices. He can perform a stretch shot, a bridge shot, or a side shot. And how you shoot this shot depends on what you plan on doing with the cue ball. If you simply need to stop the cue ball or just roll forward a few inches, then using a bridge will work fine. If you need to apply a good stroke to the cue ball, you may want to try a side shot. And here's how you do it. First, press both legs against the table and bend over, raising the back leg. This shot requires some flexibility and balance. One mistake that players make is shooting this shot too quickly when their stance isn't that comfortable. If you are stretching or balancing on one leg, that is all the more reason to take more time on your shot. In this stretch shot, you're going to face the table, and as you bend over, your back leg stretches while your other leg comes off the floor. And the same type of stance can be performed off the end rail. Here, the cue ball is in the middle of the table, requiring a very long reach. So if I press both legs against the table and lean over, keeping my right foot on the floor, I can reach the shot. In this example, we not only have to perform a stretch shot, but we also have to shoot over a ball. And when many players attempt to shoot shots like this, they create an unstable stance and end up shooting too quickly. A better way is to sit on the end rail, keeping your back foot on the floor. Now you can get closer to the cue ball, making for a more stable bridge. Next, the object ball is close to the corner pocket and the cue ball is close to the rail. In this scenario, we can't get properly lined up with a shot, but if we sit on the table, keeping our back foot on the floor, this allows us to get closer to the cue ball. In this example, I'm on the 8 ball, but I can't reach it from the other end rail. So I create my stance on the side of the table, and as I bend forward onto the table, my left leg is pushed upward. I now move my grip hand under my chest until the stick is on the shooting line. This is the stance that takes a little bit of practice to get comfortable with. In this example, we have to shoot over a ball, and you'll sometimes see players making this type of stance, where they balance themselves on one foot. A more stable way to shoot this shot would be to sit on the table keeping your back foot on the floor. This allows you to be a bit more stable when you perform the shot. In this example, I'm shooting the 8 ball, but I can't reach the cue ball. So in this situation, I would put my right knee on the table, which allows me to get closer to the cue ball. And next, we're going to discuss various types of bridges and some issues that many players run into. The most common types of bridges are the closed bridge and the open bridge. The open bridge is a great bridge for players of all skill levels, even including players new to the game. It's fairly easy to make and provides good support for the cue stick. Here, I split my fingers to make sure the base of my palm is on the table. I press my thumb against the side of my finger, creating a groove that the stick glides on. I can then lower or raise my bridge hand by dragging my fingers toward my palm. And when you make this bridge, always remember to keep your thumb pressed firmly against your hand. You never want the thumb off to the side away from the hand. And raising the bridge just requires you to pull your fingers in toward your hand, like this. One important benefit of the open bridge is that it allows you to see more of the cue ball than with the closed bridge. Next, I'm going to show you two variations of the closed bridge. In the first variation, your forefinger and thumb create a loop that is pressed against the side of the hand. This type of bridge is very snug, so you would need to make sure that the shaft of your cue is very smooth. The benefits of a bridge this snug is that it helps keep the cue on the shooting line. The second variation of the closed bridge has the thumb pressed against the middle finger, with the forefinger looping over and touching the top of the thumb. This bridge and the previous closed bridge use the thumb as a track for the cue. So when you make these bridges, the cue should be aligned with the thumb. So this would be incorrect. Now the cue is properly aligned with the thumb. Next, we're going to look at the tripod bridge. This bridge is sometimes used instead of the standard open or closed bridge. It's also used when shooting over balls. The closed tripod bridge is raised with one finger kept in the back for support. And here is the open tripod bridge. This time 2 fingers are kept back for support. One issue that many players have is that when they're shooting over a ball, they fail to keep a finger back for support. And instead they try to balance the bridge keeping all their fingers together, making the bridge very unstable. Now watch how much more stable the bridge is with 1 or 2 fingers back for support. And here's an issue that players run into when they attempt to shoot over a ball with a tripod bridge. They create their tripod bridge too far away from the obstructing ball. This increases the chance of accidentally striking the obstructing ball. When you make the tripod bridge, you need to get the bridge fairly close to the obstructing ball. Try aiming above the cue ball first to get the line down, then slowly lower the cue stick at an angle to perform the shot. And when shooting over a ball, it's a good idea to place your feet closer together. This allows you to stand a bit higher than normal. And here's another issue that players have when they're shooting over a ball. They'll create the angle of the cue stick before getting down on the shot. And they usually end up creating more angle than what they need. When shooting over a ball, level out your cue as you come down. Then get your aim down and slowly create your angle. This ensures that you give yourself only the amount of cue stick angle that you need. Another issue players have is when the cue ball is near the rail. On this shot, the cue ball is frozen to the rail. Many players will sometimes miss cue on shots like this. And the reason they tend to miss cue is because their stick is either level or at an upward angle. And this is one of those situations where you need to angle your cue downward toward the cue ball. You don't need a big angle, you just need to make sure your cue is angled downward. This will ensure a solid hit on the cue ball. Here's a common rail bridge when the cue ball is on or near the rail. Similar to an open bridge, the cue glides on the groove formed between the thumb and forefinger. A finger is kept back and pressed against the table for support. You can then raise this bridge as needed to create an angle. Another bridge on the rail is the open bridge. The open bridge is preferred to the closed bridge when on the rail, since it keeps the stick more level and it also allows you to see more of the cue ball. The most common of rail bridges is this type of bridge. You tuck your thumb into your hand and you place the cue alongside the thumb and the top of your middle finger. You then loop your forefinger around the cue stick, creating a secure bridge. When many players attempt this bridge, they end up moving their thumb away, which removes the stick's support. Keep your thumb locked in place as you create the bridge on the rail. Another issue that players have is limiting their backstroke when they have to strike the cue ball firm. Here, the player has made his bridge too close to the cue ball, thereby limiting their backstroke. So they end up pulling the stick back only about half an inch or so, and then they have to try and muscle the cue stick, creating power. This will usually result in a mishit. But if the player switches to this type of rail bridge, he can now pull the stick back even farther, allowing for a much smoother stroke. In this example, the cue ball is farther away from the rail, and many players attempt a long bridge using the rail as support. If your bridge length starts to get too long, you may want to think about a tripod bridge or a standard bridge. In this shot, the cue ball is near the rail and the player needs to strike the cue ball low. Most players tend to create too much angle for shots like this, which makes the shot much harder than it needs to be. To hit the shot correctly, start off with a level cue, then slowly lower the tip. Now you'll have a much better chance at pocketing the ball. And sometimes you'll come across a shot where it's difficult to create your bridge. Here, the cue ball is near the side pocket, so there isn't much room to create a normal bridge. And a lot of players will create an unstable bridge and shoot too quickly. Sometimes you have to be creative in creating your bridges. Here, I place my palm on the side of the rail and place my fingers just outside the opening. Now, I have a stable bridge which will allow me to perform my stroke. And many players struggle with creating a stable bridge when the cue ball is close to the rail. When the cue ball is this close to the rail, you need to create a bridge that uses the rail and the table bed. Here is the open bridge version. And when using the open bridge version, make sure you keep your thumb pointing upward to help secure the cue stick. Here's the closed bridge version. Our pressure points are these 3 fingers. And a good rule to remember is don't shoot any shot until your bridge is rock solid. And when practicing, it's a good idea to place the cue ball around the table in as many awkward positions as possible. This allows you to get comfortable with all types of situations, especially since these situations will probably come up in tournaments or leagues. One issue that makes pocketing balls tougher for players is the way they aim. For instance, if you watch a top player aim, they may do 1 or 2 big practice strokes, but then they do a series of very short strokes. This is how they fine-tune their aim. And when they are done fine-tuning their aim, they stop the tip of the cue ball. And this is the last step in their aiming process. If the shot isn't absolutely lined up, then they will continue with their short strokes or stand back up and start all over again. When many players aim, they tend to take large practice strokes, maybe 3 or 4, before shooting the shot. But they never really fine-tune their aim, and many of them never stop their tip at the cue ball. And this lack of fine-tuning their aim usually leads to an inconsistency in pocketing balls and cue ball control. This is especially true when the player has an easy shot, like this shot where the ball is near the pocket. But their next ball is at the other end of the table, so this shot requires a very precise hit on the object ball to send it to the other end of the table for position. And usually weaker players won't take much time aiming, and that usually results in an inconsistency in their cue ball control. A strong player realizes that he has to be very precise in how he strikes this object ball. So he takes his time and goes through the entire aiming process, finishing with his tip of the cue ball to double check his aim. If everything looks good, he'll go ahead and shoot the shot. You need to develop a rhythm to your aiming and go through the same aiming process on every shot, regardless of how easy or difficult the shot is. Being able to fine-tune your aim along with stopping your tip of the cue ball is going to help you later as you start putting that cue ball into very specific areas for position. For instance, in this shot, I need to put the cue ball here for shaping the 8-ball. But as you can see, depending on where I strike the object ball, the cue ball can travel in many different directions. Which is why it's important to take your time and make sure everything is lined up before shooting the shot. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a technique that should really help you when it comes to combination shots. In this example, we're playing 9-ball, we have a combination on the 9. And if you ever watch top players, whenever they have a combination shot, they line it up like this. And here's what they're doing. They're pretending the first object ball is the cue ball. So when they aim this shot, they're picking a target along the side rail that they'll be aiming the first ball at. So when we shoot the combination, we're pretending the 9 ball isn't even there. Our whole focus is shooting the 4 ball toward our aiming spot on the rail. If we can do that, we should pocket the 9 ball. And even if you're on this side of the combination, you can still shoot the 4 ball toward this spot on the rail and pocket the 9. And here are 3 examples of combination shots using this technique. In the first shot, I'm going to shoot the 5 into the 8 and make it in the side pocket. So if the 5 ball was the cue ball, I could shoot the 5 toward this spot on the rail and pocket the 8 ball on the side. Now this spot on the rail becomes my target. I now forget about the 8 ball, my whole focus is shooting the 5 toward this spot on the rail. Next, we'll shoot the 4-6 combination, and once again I'm going to line up the shot, and now I know if the 4 ball heads toward this spot on the rail, I can pocket the 6 ball. So now we pretend the 6 ball isn't even there and we just aim the 4 ball toward this target. And in our third example, we line up the shot the same way by pretending the 7 ball is the cue ball. So our spot on the rail is right here, and that becomes my main focus, trying to aim this 7 ball toward this spot on the rail. Next, we'll discuss a common mistake that many players make when playing combinations, and that's playing on the wrong side of the combination line. And I'll show you what I mean. In this example, I'm playing 9 ball and I left myself here on the 3 ball. Before I shoot the 3, however, I'm going to line up my combination. So if I shot the 4 toward this spot on the rail, I'll be able to pocket the 5 ball. So this now becomes my combination line. Now when I shoot the 3 ball, I end up just short of the line. So when I pocket the combination, we can see that the cue ball heads toward the side rail while the 4 ball heads to the end rail, leaving me without a shot. Since by looking at the combination line, we can tell which way the 4 will go, and that's toward the end rail. So if we want our cue ball to head the same way, we need to be on the other side of the combination line. Now when I shoot the combination, the cue ball is headed in the right direction, leaving me a nice shot on the 4 ball. Here's another example of playing shape on the wrong side of a combination. I'm playing 9 ball and I'll be playing the 2-3 combination next. But I have to be really aware of where the 2 ball will travel after it strikes the 3 ball. So if I just shot the 2 into the 3, we can see that the 2 ball heads in this direction. Which means if I ended up below the 2-3 combo line, the cue ball will travel in this direction, which means I'll be left with a tough shot on the 2 ball. Now if I can have the cue ball head in the same direction as the 2 ball, I can play the 2 in the top right hand corner pocket. So that means I need to be above the 2-3 combo line. Now when I shoot the combination, both balls head in the same direction, giving me a shot on the 2 ball. And in our final example, we'll be shooting the 1 ball and playing the 2-3 combination. See if you can figure out what side of this combination I need to be on. In this first shot, I end up short of the 2-3 combo line, and we can see that the cue ball is going to head away from the 2 ball. But if we're above the combination line, both the cue ball and 2 ball are going to be heading in the same direction. So before you play a position on a combination, try to predict the direction the first ball will travel to after it strikes the object ball. When the cue ball is close to the object ball and the player has to draw the cue ball straight back, some players tend to jump up when they shoot this type of shot to avoid the cue ball striking their cue as it draws back, so they usually end up mishitting the shot. One trick to avoid this is to stay down but just move the bridge hand out of the way. This ensures you complete your backstroke and stay down. And when you hear people talk about being on the wrong or right side of the line, they're talking about playing position on the side of the pocket line that will allow the cue ball to move naturally to their next ball. For instance, in this shot I'm playing 8 ball and I ended up here on the 5 ball. If I'm going to shoot it in the side, we can now see the pocket line. So this would be the good side of the line, since all I have to do is pocket the 5 and my cue ball naturally heads toward my next ball. If I ended up here in the 5 ball, now I'm on the wrong side of the pocket line, since when I pocket the 5 ball, the cue ball naturally heads away from my next ball. So when you play position on a ball, always visualize the pocket line that runs through your next ball. Then decide which side of that line will work better for moving the cue ball to the next ball. In this example, I see the 5-ball pocket line, and I know I need to end up here for the 8-ball. So if I play position for this side of the line, all I have to do is pocket the 5-ball, and the cue ball naturally heads to my position area. In this situation, I'm playing 8-ball, and I have to play the 8-ball in this pocket. So it's important that I end up on the right side of the 10-ball pocket line. If I shoot too quickly and end up here, now I'm on the wrong side of the line, and it's going to be difficult to get position for the 8-ball. This time I'm more careful about placing the cue ball on the right side of the pocket line. Now it's just a matter of pocketing the 10-ball and my cue ball heads to my position area. Understanding what side of pocket lines you need to be on to move the cue ball around the table is one of the key components to building a strong run-out game. The full version of Secrets 3 is available at our website www.0x-billiards.com. The full-length video includes a breakdown of 8-ball runouts by the top players in the world. We examine why they chose solids or stripes, and why they decided on the pattern they used for the runout. Then we recreate the game shot by shot. This is an in-depth analysis of what top players think about when they step up to an 8-ball table. And next, we're going to go through the 35 most common safeties played by the top players in the world. These are safety shots that you have to know to reach a high level in pool. And these are shots that can start winning you games immediately. We'll examine each shot in detail, and I'll even show you some great drills for fine-tuning your safety game. Also, each video comes with a pattern play drill ebook. This book is jam-packed full of position drills, all designed to get you moving that cue ball around the table easier than you ever have before. Also, both the DVDs and downloads come with a complete chapter breakdown of the entire video. Now, before we get into position fundamentals, it's important that you understand what happens to the cue ball after you strike it. So I'm going to set up a few shots, shooting them with center, then with left and right English. I'm also going to be using different cue stick angles. In this first shot, I'm shooting the cue ball with no spin and a fairly level cue stick. And since I'm not using spin, the cue ball should travel straight down the line. Now I'm going to elevate my cue and shoot below center with no spin. And we see the cue ball stays on the shooting line. So let's say you're playing a game of 8-ball and you have a tough shot on your last ball. As long as you shoot center, center low, or center high, your cue ball will stay on the shooting line, regardless of how level your cue stick is. This is important to remember as we move on to show how using spin moves the cue ball off the shooting line. Now I'm going to show you the difference when shooting with spin. Here I'll be striking the cue ball with left hand spin, keeping my cue stick as level as possible. And as you can see, as soon as I strike the cue ball, it veers off the shooting line. By striking the cue ball on the left side, it pushes the cue ball to the right of the line. This is referred to as deflection. Now I'm going to elevate my cue, which causes the cue ball to really veer off the shooting line. Now, with the same cue elevation, I'm going to strike the cue ball on the right side, and this will cause the cue ball to veer off the shooting line to the left. Let's say our opponent leaves us tough on the 8-ball. If we strike the cue ball without spin, the cue ball will stay on the shooting line. And it doesn't matter if our cue is elevated or level, the cue ball will always stay on the path it starts out on. But if we use the same aiming line and strike the cue ball using left spin, we now know the cue ball will veer off this line to the right, causing a miss. So since I'm using left, I'm going to have to adjust my aiming line for my cue ball to end up here. If I move my aiming line to here, when the cue ball veers to the right, it should contact the correct part of the object ball. So when you're shooting with center, center low, or center high, your cue ball will always travel in a straight path. Even at a long distance, or with an elevated cue stick, your cue ball will still travel in a straight line. But once you start using spin, the cue ball will veer off the aiming line. For instance, here I'm using left hand spin, which causes the cue ball to veer to the right. And here I'm using right hand spin, which causes the cue ball to veer to the left. So let's say I need to pocket this ball in the side. the cue ball needs to contact the object ball here. So this now becomes our shooting line. And if we were to shoot this shot with center, we can shoot straight down this line and pocket the ball. But if we use right hand spin, this is going to cause the cue ball to veer to the left, off the shooting line, and this is going to cause a miss. So if we're going to use right hand spin, we need to adjust the shooting line. Since the cue ball is going to veer to the left, we need to move our shooting line to the right. Now when the cue ball veers to the left, it will strike the object ball in the correct spot. And later on in the video, I'll explain more about how spin changes the cue ball path. And I'll also show you some drills that you can do which will really fine-tune your aiming when it comes to using spin. But first, I'm going to show you something else that happens when using spin. As I mentioned, when you use spin, say left-hand spin, it causes the cue ball to veer to the right. And right-hand spin causes the cue ball to veer to the left. As long as your cue stick is level, it doesn't matter what speed you strike the cue ball at, the cue ball will not return to the aiming line. But now I'm going to use an elevated cue and not strike the cue ball too firmly. And we can see the cue ball veering off the aiming line, but unlike before, the cue ball is actually curving back to the line. And as I increase the elevation of my cue stick, the cue ball curves even more and actually this time crosses the aiming line. Let's say I'm playing 8 ball and this is the shot I have on the 8. I know the cue ball needs to strike the 8 ball here to pocket it in the corner. If I were to shoot center, center low, or center high, I can shoot straight down this aiming line and pocket the ball. But now if I shoot this with right hand spin and shoot down this aiming line with a level cue, the cue ball will veer off the aiming line and miss the shot. But if I shoot easier and the cue stick is elevated, then the cue ball will veer off the aiming line and begin to curve back to it, as demonstrated here. And with more cue stick elevation, we can see that the cue ball curves even more, causing it to cross the line. So when shooting with spin, there are several variables you have to keep in mind. The first one is the distance between the cue ball and object ball. Second is the speed in which you strike the cue ball. Third is the elevation of your cue stick. Fourth is the amount of spin you use. And fifth is the type of shaft you are using. And this is why aiming systems, as a rule, do not work when using spin. There are way too many variables involved for an aiming system to be effective. And when you are pocketing balls using spin, these are shots you have to develop a feel for. Later on in this video, I'm going to show you some great drills that will really sharpen your ball pocketing when it comes to using spin. And there's a misconception out there that strong players use aiming systems to pocket balls. As we just learned, there are way too many variables involved when shooting a ball with spin for an aiming system to be effective. And many times when working with students, they spend too much time trying to make the aiming systems work and lose valuable practice time. And as demonstrated in Secrets 2, pocketing balls for strong players is automatic. For instance here, I'm going to run these balls in order without using my cue stick to line up the shot. I'll keep my stick within my bridge hand, but I can still pocket the ball and play position. And this is called automatic aiming. It comes from hitting the shot enough times to know exactly where you need to strike the ball to not only pocket it, but also to play position for the next shot. And anyone can achieve automatic aiming through practice and ball pocketing drills. And the truth is, players who have played pool long enough already have the ability to use automatic aiming for many shots. Remember, your brain is like a computer. If you've hit a shot enough times, your brain knows exactly where to hit the object ball to make it in the pocket. And usually the reason these players miss is they either overthink the shot or they're not confident about position for their next ball. Once these players understand the fundamentals of position play and have greater confidence that the cue ball is going to go where they want it to, they'll start pocketing balls at a higher percentage rate. And later I'll be showing you some ball pocketing drills that will help you get closer to automatic aiming. And you have to be careful about trying to copy a top player's stroke. Many top players have a stroke that's evolved over time, and it's not the same stroke they started with. For instance, you'll see many strong players steer the cue ball when they use left or right spin. And this is what I call a controlled steer. When an amateur steers the cue ball, it's usually due to a flaw in their stroking motion. When a strong player steers the cue ball, it's a controlled steer. It's part of their stroking motion. And this happens because they're striking a different part of the cue ball than where they were aiming. For instance here, I'm aiming just above center on the cue ball, but when I strike the cue ball, I'm actually hitting the cue ball with low right. And I'm not telling myself to strike low right, I'm just telling myself where I need to end up for a position. These players have shot enough balls that they no longer have to tell themselves where to hit on the cue ball to get position. It's something that happens automatically. And if you do want to emulate a top player's stroke, try to pick out a top player that has a more orthodox type of stroke. When working with students, even students who play for a living, one common issue that some of them share is not being able to find center on the cue ball. When I tell them to place their tip at the center of the cue ball, it's either to the right or left of center. Here, my student thinks his tip is at the center of the cue ball. From above, we can see that his tip is actually center left, which means when he is shooting center, he is actually applying a little spin to the cue ball. And just that little amount of spin is enough to throw the shot off. And as seen here, by the time the cue ball gets to the object ball, it has slightly drifted off the line, causing a miss. This is the reason why many players miss long straight-in shots. Without realizing it, they're striking the cue ball off center with left or right spin, and this is going to alter their cue ball path. One of the most important building blocks of becoming a strong player is being able to find center on the cue ball. So in the next section, we'll go through some drills that will really help you get consistent at striking center on the cue ball. In this drill, place an object ball about a diamond away from the corner pocket. Then place the 9 ball about a quarter diamond away from the object ball on the same pocket line. The goal of this drill is to shoot center on the 9 ball, so the 9 ball stops when it strikes the object ball. And as explained in Secrets 2, when we strike the cue ball using center with a firm stroke, the cue ball will slide before it begins rolling. If the cue ball strikes an object ball full when sliding, the cue ball loses all its energy and stops. The reason we're using the 9 ball is to see if we are mishitting the center of the cue ball. For instance, if I accidentally strike the cue ball with center right or center left, we can see the 9 ball spinning after contacting the object ball. We also want the number 9 on top of the ball. When the 9 ball stops, the number 9 should still be at the top in this area. You may get a little bit of movement, which is normal, but any large movements of the number 9 means the cue ball was struck incorrectly. And keep shooting the shot until you can consistently strike the 9 ball in the center. Another great drill to help you find center is to place the cue ball directly across from the second diamond on the side rail. Shoot the cue ball at the second diamond hitting center. If struck correctly, the cue ball should return back to your tip area. If you have any spin at all on the cue ball, it will leave the rail at an angle. Once you get consistent at this, move on to the full table version. Put the cue ball on the spot and aim at the second diamond on the end rail. The cue ball should return to your tip area. Keep practicing these drills until you can consistently strike the cue ball center with no spin. I'm playing 9 ball and my opponent has left me safe on the 1. I don't have a really good kick on the 1 ball, and if I miss the 1 and give him ball in hand, he just needs to pocket the 1 and 2 ball and play the 3-9 combination to win the game. So in this situation, I'm going to pocket the 9 ball, but at the same time, I'm going to try and tie up a ball. Now my opponent will have a lot more work to do to win the game. In this next do or die shot, see if you can figure out how to pocket the 8 ball. Our opponent has left us here surrounded by the solids, and it looks like a pretty dire situation. Okay, in this layout, since the cue ball is close to the side rail, it's not that difficult to jump over the obstructing balls. Try to gauge what angle you'll need to get to the 8 ball. You'll be striking this shot a little above center. And when the cue ball is close to the rail, with a little practice it's not that difficult to hop over balls. This shot requires a little wrist action with an angled cue. Shoot a little above center and try not to overhit the shot. If you do overhit the shot, the cue ball will head straight down table as shown here, which makes for another interesting shot. In this example, I'm on the 9 ball and the 8 ball is at the other end of the table. If I cut the 9 ball in, the cue ball will run into the solids, leaving me tough on the 8 ball. But since the 9 ball is close to the rail, I just need to angle my cue and strike above center. I concentrate on a short backstroke and accelerating through the cue ball. In shots like this, try not to overhit the shot. And remember, this type of shot takes a little bit of practice to get the feel for it. This is definitely a type of shot that you have to practice before trying it in a game. It doesn't require much power, just a nice short stroke and good acceleration through the cue ball. Now when you're ready to learn more about the game, go to our website www.0x-billiards.com. The 0x training videos have been one of the top selling instructional videos every year since their release. This exciting video series covers everything from 8-ball strategy to 9-ball strategy, fundamentals, kicking, banking, and a whole lot more. 6 hours of training available on DVD or as instant downloads. And receive our ball pocketing ebook free with every order. We're now going to discuss high and low action. And this is all about striking the cue ball easier but getting more action out of it. For instance, in this example, we're playing a game of 8-ball. We need to play a position for the 8-ball in this area. The problem is that the cue ball is only about one pull ball away from our last ball. Now, since both balls are extremely close to each other, when most players attempt to pocket the ball on this side and follow the cue ball, their cue ball either doesn't go anywhere or it only travels a few inches. And here is why this shot is so difficult for most players. As we get down on the shot, from our perspective it looks like we're hitting way above center. But if we zoom in on the side of the cue ball, we can now see the problem. When you are aiming above center, the only part of the tip that is making contact with the cue ball is the bottom of the tip. So although from the player's vantage point it looks like the tip is well above center, the tip is actually striking the cue ball near the center, which is why they're not getting very much forward roll. Now if I have them aim a lot higher in the cue ball, we now see that the tip is going to make contact with the cue ball way up here, and this is going to generate high action. So watch what happens when I strike the cue ball this high. Right away you can see that the cue ball has extra energy, and it now travels to the position area. So when you strike the cue ball this high with a nice stroke, you're creating more revolutions on the cue ball, and this is going to give it extra energy. This extra energy makes it easier to move the cue ball around the table. For instance, here I'm only striking the cue ball a little above center, and we can see that the cue ball has very little energy after impact. But now I'll be striking the cue ball much higher, creating high action, and you can see that the cue ball has plenty of energy. And you can even use high action on shots where the cue ball only needs to travel a few inches. And shots that require high action come up almost every game. For instance, I'll be using high action when I shoot this 1 ball to play position on the 2 ball. And once you get used to using high action, your speed and accuracy will improve dramatically. Now, I'll use high action to shoot the 3 ball and come off the rail for the 4 ball. And later on in the video, we'll be discussing positional play with high action, along with how to roll the cue ball into position, which I'm doing with these shots. And as we get more into position play, you'll start to learn how angles move the cue ball around the table. And once you start playing correct angles, it takes a lot less effort to put that cue ball where you want it. For instance, in these shots, I'm just shooting hard enough to pocket the ball, and my cue ball rolls into position for my next shot. Now on the 7 ball, I'll be using high action to force the cue ball toward the side rail and down to the end rail for shape on the 8. And here's a drill that's really going to help you get comfortable using high action. Place an object ball near the corner pocket, then place the cue ball about a half diamond away from the object ball on the same pocket line. Now you not only have to pocket the ball, but you have to follow it into the pocket with the cue ball. And you should be able to perform this shot with a nice soft stroke using high action. It also requires a very precise hit, otherwise the cue ball is not going to follow the object ball into the pocket. So keep practicing until you're comfortable using high action. Once you get consistent at this distance, gradually start moving your cue ball back. Also practice putting the cue ball about 1 ball away from the object ball and still try to follow it into the pocket. Remember, to perform this shot correctly, it's stroke, not power. And there are a lot of shots that come up that you can only do with high action. For instance, let's say you want to slow roll the 3 ball in the corner so you can get shape for the 8 ball. But the table you're playing on isn't very level, so your cue ball may roll off the shooting line if you shoot too easy. In this case, you can try shooting with high action and a firm stroke. The high action kills the cue ball once it hits the rail. In this shot, I'm on the 10 ball, but playing position on the 8 ball will be difficult since I need to shoot it in the same pocket as the 10 ball. But using high action, I can shoot the 10 in and have the cue ball return to where it is now for position on the 8. In this game of 8 ball, I'm on my last ball, but I'm on the wrong side of the pocket line. But just using high action, I can force the cue ball to this area for shape on the 8, and watch the cue ball's reaction after striking the rail. Another benefit of high action is it enables the cue ball to move through obstacle balls for position. For instance, in this shot, I'm on the 14 and I need to end up here for the 8. But once I strike the 14 ball, the cue ball will run into the 7. If the cue ball has high action, it's going to drive through the 7 ball for my position on the 8. And here's another example of driving through an obstacle ball with high action. I need to end up here for the 8 ball after pocketing the 14. So I'll need high action on the cue ball to drive through the 2 ball and get my position on the 8 ball. Now we're going to be discussing low action, and a lot of players have issues when it comes to drawing the cue ball. For instance, in this situation, we have to draw the cue ball back to the side rail for a shot on the 8 ball. This is an example of hitting softer on the cue ball, but using low action to control the speed. And once you are comfortable using low action, shots like this will become much easier to control. But when most players attempt finesse shots like this with draw, their cue ball comes off the object ball flat, like this. And just like with high action, they may not be aiming at the right part of the cue ball. When they are aiming low, from their perspective it appears that they are striking the cue ball well below center, but similar to aiming high, only part of the tip is going to be striking the cue ball when using low. So here we can see that even though they are aiming low, only the top part of the tip will be striking the cue ball. So here we can see that they are actually striking the cue ball near center, which results in very little draw, if any. But if I move their tip down here, now when the tip strikes the cue ball, we should be getting plenty of draw. Here I'm attempting to draw the 9 ball back, but I'm not striking very low on the 9 ball. So you can see that it has very little energy after impact with the object ball. But now I'm going to be striking the 9 ball much lower, and you can see how many revolutions the 9 ball now has, so it's able to draw back without a problem. And here are a few things to remember when performing an effective draw shot. Stay away from gripping the cue too tightly. Try to make sure your grip pressure is light and maintain that same pressure throughout the stroke. Accelerate through the cue ball to remove any hesitation prior to impact. One of the main reasons people miscue when striking the cue ball this low is that they tighten up right before impact with the cue ball. This tightening up of the grip may cause your cue stick to move off the aiming line, resulting in not enough draw or a miscue. Keep the cue as level as possible. It may not be possible to avoid having an angle on the cue stick, but you want to minimize that angle as much as possible. And finally, try to keep your head still throughout the stroke. Any movement prior to impact with the cue ball may result in a mishit. And you may want to gradually work your way up to striking the cue ball this low. For instance, find where you normally would strike the cue ball for draw, and begin striking the cue ball right below this point. Once you're comfortable striking the cue ball this low, then move the tip down just a bit more. So you'll be gradually striking the cue ball lower and lower. And it may take several practice sessions before you are comfortable striking the cue ball with maximum low. Now if you have to power draw a shot, for instance here, I had to draw the cue ball back for the 9 ball. In this situation, I wouldn't strike the cue ball as low as possible for low action. Simply because when you are powering a shot, it's very difficult to hit the cue ball exactly where you are aiming. So if I mishit the shot even a little bit, it could result in a miscue. So instead, I'm not going to aim quite as low, and I'm going to put a bigger stroke on the cue ball. Also, remember to keep your tip well chalked. As mentioned earlier, only the sides of the tip will be making contact with the cue ball. So make sure this area has plenty of chalk before performing a draw shot. And when you start practicing your draw stroke, start by doing simple drills where you're only drawing the cue ball back a few inches. You need to find out how softly you can strike the cue ball and still draw it back. This is a drill where you practice drawing the cue ball back using the diamonds. And here my cue ball is at the second diamond and the object ball is at the first diamond. I'll then practice trying to draw back to the second diamond. Then, once I'm consistent at this distance, I'll practice trying to draw back 2 diamonds, then 3, and so on. And as you progress, eventually you'll want to start moving the cue ball farther away from the object ball. Spend some time practicing the draw shot. It's one of the most important shots in pool, but it's also one of the toughest to master. So before we begin position fundamentals, you'll need to become comfortable at stopping the cue ball using low. One of the most important shots in pool that every 8-ball, 9-ball player needs to be skilled at is the stop shot. You need to be able to stop the cue ball from different distances. This is the one shot that can take your positional game to a whole new level. And once you become skilled at this shot, I'll show you why it's the most important shot in pool. So first, let's set up a simple drill so we can start practicing our stop shot. Here, I'm putting the object ball about a diamond away from the corner, and I'm putting the cue ball about a diamond away from the object ball. The goal of this drill is to see how softly we can strike the cue ball and still stop it. And as I explained in Secrets 2, we want the cue ball sliding by the time it reaches the object ball. So we just want enough draw to last this distance. And we're going to be striking the cue ball as low as possible to get maximum draw. Now the first few times you try this, your cue ball may draw back. That means you're striking the cue ball too firmly. You have to learn how to stroke softly with maximum draw and still stop the cue ball from this distance. If you're struggling at this shot, try moving the cue ball closer. You'll still be striking the cue ball with maximum low, but you'll be using a much softer stroke. And when you start to become more consistent at this shot, start aiming a little higher on the cue ball. You'll still be using low, but you won't be getting as much low action. So if you shoot this shot at the same speed as the first shot, you can see that the draw quickly wears out and the cue ball begins to roll forward. So to correct this, you'll need to strike the cue ball more firmly. And once again, if you have problems stopping the cue ball, try moving the cue ball closer to the object ball until the shot becomes easier for you. Then gradually start moving it back as you start to become more consistent at it. Next, you'll be striking the cue ball right below center, so you'll be getting minimum draw on the cue ball. And that means if you don't strike the cue ball firmly, you'll definitely be getting some forward roll on the cue ball. And as you get more skilled at this distance, start moving the cue ball farther away from the object ball. Once again, use different degrees of low to stop the cue ball. And remember, the less low you are using, the more firmly you will have to strike the cue ball. And if at any point you're struggling at a certain distance, move the cue ball closer to the object ball until the shot starts to become easier for you. Eventually, you should be able to stop the cue ball from about any distance. Spend some time practicing this shot. This is one of the main shots that separates the strong run-out players from everybody else. They are able to stop that cue ball from any distance using different amounts of low. Also, low action has other benefits. It allows you to shoot easier on shots where you need to hold the cue ball. And whenever you can shoot easier, the pockets play much bigger. For instance, on this shot, I need to shoot the 3 and hold the cue ball for the 8. Now many players, when they attempt to stop a cue ball from this distance, will shoot pretty firmly. The problem is, if they are off even a little bit, the pocket may reject their shot. Now I'll shoot the same shot at about 40% softer speed using low action. So even at this soft speed, I was able to stop the cue ball for position. Here's an example of the pocket playing bigger using low action. I'm going to shoot the 3 and try to hold the cue ball in the same area as the 3. But because of the speed I struck the shot at, the pocket has rejected the shot. Now I'll shoot the same shot with low action, but this time I'll be hitting the shot much easier, at about 50% less speed. And even though I mishit the shot, the ball still goes in since it was traveling at a much softer speed. Another advantage of low action is that it minimizes angles. Let me show you what I mean. In this example, we're playing a game of 8-ball and I ended up on the wrong side of the 12-ball to get on the 8. Ideally, I would like to keep the cue ball from moving too far from the 12. That way I can shoot the 8-ball in the bottom right corner pocket. But even when I shoot the shot softly, the cue ball still floats away, leaving me on the other side of the 8-ball. But this time I'm going to shoot softly using low action, and the low action is going to help kill the cue ball, leaving me with a shot in the 8-ball. In this example, we're shooting the 12-ball, but once again we ended up with too much angle on it. And shooting softly with draw results in the cue ball ending up on the wrong side of the 8-ball. This time I'm going to shoot softly using low action. We can see how the cue ball is being pulled up table, resulting in a position shot for the 8-ball. In this final example, I need to hold the cue ball for shape in the 8 for the bottom left-hand corner pocket. But due to the angle in the 12, even a soft shot results in the cue ball getting away from our position area. But using low action, I can kill the cue ball holding it for the 8-ball. Here's another advantage of using low action. In this situation, I'm shooting the 14 ball, but I have an angle on it, which means the cue ball will be going into the solids, and I could end up without a shot on the 8. But if I shoot it with low action, the cue ball will drive through the solids for a clear shot on the 8 ball. Here's another example where I can use low action to drive through the ball and get position on the 8 ball. In this last example, I'm on the wrong side of the 10 ball, and getting shape on the 8 is going to be tricky. And if I draw the cue ball back, it's going to go straight into the 5 ball. So once again, I'm going to use low action. And now we can see that the cue ball struck the 5 ball full, but the low action pushes the balls out of the way, and I now have shape on the 8 ball. Next, we're going to set up some ball pocketing drills, and when I work with some students, they have a difficult time pocketing balls without spin. And that's because for years, they've been using spin on almost every shot. And when they start trying to pocket balls without spin, they're not adjusting their aim, so they usually end up hitting too much of the object ball. And when you shoot without spin, the cue ball slightly throws the object ball in the same direction the cue ball is going. For instance, in this shot, I'm going to aim the object ball directly toward the center of the pocket. But when the cue ball strikes the object ball, it throws it slightly in the same direction the cue ball is traveling. And whenever you are cutting a shot without spin, always aim to hit the object ball a little thinner than you normally would. In the next section, we'll be doing ball pocketing drills without spin to help you really fine-tune your aim on these types of cut shots. Now we're going to set up some ball pocketing drills using center, center low, and center high. And in these drills, we're not only going to pocket the ball, but our cue ball is going to hit a target. And whenever you perform ball pocketing drills, you always have to give yourself a target to hit. This ensures that you're striking the same spot on the cue ball over and over. First, you'll want to get some stickers like this that you can use to place the balls on. So line up 4 balls below the spot. Place a sticker under each ball. These are the 4 stickers we'll be using for the cue ball. Place a sticker near the corner pocket for the object ball, and put the cue ball on the first sticker. For our first shot, we're going to be striking the cue ball above center right around here. And our speed is just going to be hard enough for the cue ball to reach the second rail. Now, keep track of the cue ball path. Here I'm placing an object ball in the path to mark it. Now I shoot the shot again, and this time you can see the cue ball took a different path. That usually means that I hit the cue ball in a different spot. I probably hit it a little lower than my first shot. But I'm going to go ahead and mark this path with an object ball. This time the cue ball traveled along the same path as the first shot. So this now becomes my target. I'm going to place 2 balls here along this path. Now when I shoot this shot, I need to pocket the ball and also strike my target. And I'm going to keep shooting the shot until I can hit my target 5 times. And when you shoot these shots, make sure you pocket the ball into the center of the opening. Here, the object ball goes into the left side of the pocket, and I end up missing my target. This time, I pocket the object ball closer to the center of the opening, and I end up hitting my target. So after you strike the target 5 times, set the shot up again, and this time strike the cue ball just above center. And this time your cue ball path is going to be a little bit different than the first shot. So remember to mark this path with a ball. Shoot the shot again, and if your cue ball travels along the same path, then you can use this path to create your target. And keep shooting the shot until you hit your target 5 times. And remember, when you shoot these shots, you want to shoot the ball into the center of the opening. And some players like to put a ball on either side of the pocket. If the object ball doesn't go into the center of the opening, it's going to run into either ball. Next, we'll be striking the cue ball around center. So find the path that's going to work and set up your target. And when you shoot these shots, remember to keep your speed consistent. If your speed changes when you're shooting center or center low, then your cue ball path will be affected. And you can shoot these drills at any speed you like, but once you pick a speed, make sure that speed is consistent for each shot. And there are 3 things that are going to affect your cue ball path: where you strike the cue ball, the part of the pocket the object ball is going into, and the speed of the shot. So after using center, you'll be shooting the shots just below center and then even lower on the cue ball. Once you are finished with this last drill, move the cue ball to the next sticker and begin the drills all over again. On my website, I have an ebook that contains several drill patterns, but you don't need to use my drills. You can come up with your own drills just by moving the object ball and cue ball around. And you'll want to combine ball pocketing drills with problem shots that you encounter while playing league or tournaments. For instance, if you miss this shot during league, in your next practice session, sticker this shot up and practice pocketing the ball and hitting a target. If you still struggle with this shot from this distance, line up a row of stickers on the same angle as the shot. Keep making the shot easier until you're more consistent at it, then gradually start moving the cue ball farther away until you're back to your original spot. And when doing these drills, make sure your fundamentals are rock solid. Keep your head down throughout the shot and keep track of any stroke issues that may come up. If you're a beginner, you may want to start with an easier shot. For instance, we're going to place the object ball here and the cue ball right next to it. And when you first start trying to pocket the balls, you may end up hitting too much of the ball or not enough. Keep track of where you are missing the shot. If your object ball keeps hitting this rail, then you have to start hitting less of the ball. Learning how to pocket balls consistently takes patience. After a while, your brain will know exactly where you need to strike this object ball to pocket it. And once the shot becomes easy, gradually start moving the cue ball and object ball farther away from the pocket. And make sure you keep your fundamentals rock solid. Next, we're going to discuss the sliding cue ball. And in this 8-ball runout, I'm using the sliding cue ball on each shot, and I'm able to easily move the cue ball around the table with no left or right spin. And I'm able to do this because I know exactly where the cue ball will travel to after striking the object ball. If there is one thing more than any other that separates the strong players from everyone else, it's the ability to use a sliding cue ball line. This allows the top players to put that cue ball anywhere they want. It helps simplify the game. So we'll go through some examples and some drills you can do to help you better understand the sliding cue ball line. In this example, we'll be shooting the object ball into the corner. So we can now see the pocket line from the object ball to the pocket. If the cue ball is sliding when it reaches the object ball, it will leave at a 90-degree angle from the pocket line. Here's another example. We're playing a game of 8-ball and we need to shoot the 3 and end up for shaping the 8-ball. Well, if we visualize the pocket line from the 3-ball to the pocket, we should be able to visualize the cue ball path pretty easily. It's just a 90-degree angle from the pocket line. So the cue ball should head toward the side rail for a position. In this example, we're shooting our last ball into the side and we need to place shape for the 8-ball. So the first thing we do is visualize the pocket line from the 3 to the side, and from there, you can now see the cue ball path which will head to the side rail for a position. Here is a simple pattern where I'll be using a sliding cue ball to run the balls in order. So I'm on the 1 ball and I need to play a position for the 2 ball. First, I'll visualize the pocket line. Then I'm able to see the path the cue ball will take after it strikes the 1 ball. And this path will head toward the 2 ball. So here's the pocket line for the 2 ball. And now I can see the 90-degree path the cue ball will take, which will lead me to the 3 ball. So once again, I visualize the pocket line that leads to the 3 ball. So I now know the direction the cue ball will take after leaving the 3 ball, which should put me in pretty good position for the 4 ball. So once I can visualize the 4 ball pocket line, I now know the cue ball will head toward position for my last ball. And if you have trouble visualizing the 90-degree path the cue ball will take after contact with the object ball, grab a piece of paper and place it on the table so the long edge represents the pocket line. Now when the cue ball strikes the object ball, the cue ball will travel along a path that's parallel to the top edge of the paper. And here's another example of using a piece of paper to help see the cue ball path. Another way to find the path the cue ball will take if it's sliding is to make an L shape with your thumb and forefinger. Then hold it over the area where your cue ball will strike the object ball. Point your thumb toward the pocket and your forefinger should point in the direction the cue ball will take. For instance here, I can see that my forefinger is pointing toward the second diamond. So when you see strong players playing pinpoint position, many times they start by visualizing the sliding cue ball line. And using that information, they can put that cue ball anywhere for a position. So let's go through some drills so you can better understand how to perform the sliding cue ball shot. Place an object ball about a diamond away from the corner. Then place the cue ball one ball away from the object ball in a straight line. Now move the cue ball so it's at a slight angle to the object ball. Now we need to find the path the cue ball will take toward the side rail, and you can do this by using your cue and holding it at a 90-degree angle to the pocket line. And mark this spot on the rail with a piece of chalk. You can also double check this path using a piece of paper. And now we can see that this spot on the rail is right on. Next, we're going to place a ball next to the rail, and this ball will represent where the cue ball will strike the rail at. Next up, put two object balls one ball away from this spot. So the goal is to strike the object ball and hit our spot on the rail while missing both of the obstacle balls. Now this shot requires a very precise hit, and you may end up brushing the first or second ball when you perform the shot, which is fine. If your cue ball ends up going directly into the first ball, that means your cue ball wasn't sliding when it struck the object ball. It probably had some roll on it, which pushed the cue ball forward toward the first ball. And if you go into the second ball, that means the cue ball had too much draw when it struck the object ball. Also, practice hitting this shot at different speeds. Here, I'm trying to land the cue ball near the rail. This is a difficult shot to hit perfectly, and even strong players will sometimes run into the obstacle balls. But keep practicing from this distance until you become more consistent at this shot. Then start moving the cue ball farther away. As the cue ball moves farther away from the object ball, it takes a little more skill to make sure the cue ball is sliding when it contacts the object ball. Spend some time practicing this shot at different speeds and from different distances. And when we talk about position fundamentals, no shot is more important than the sliding cue ball. Understanding this shot, along with being able to perform it consistently, is one of the main building blocks to creating a strong run-out game. Eventually, you'll want to practice this shot from this distance. And if you have any problems performing the shot correctly from this distance, try setting up a straight-in stop shot. Shoot it a few times at slow speed. Once you are able to do this a few times, try the drill shot again and shoot it with the exact same stroke as the stop shot. Now try the stop shot at a faster speed. Then perform that same stroke on the drill shot. In this shot, our object ball is in the middle of the table. We'll place the cue ball at a slight angle, so after contact the cue ball will head to the end rail. So now we need to figure out the exact spot on the end rail the cue ball will strike. Once again, I'll use a piece of paper to help find the line. And the better you get at this type of shot, the easier it's going to be for you to see the cue ball path just by looking at the shot. If struck properly, you should be able to get within a couple inches of your mark. And if your cue ball has draw by the time it gets to the object ball, the cue ball will end up to the left of this mark. A lot of draw will pull it all the way to the side rail. And if the cue ball is rolling by the time it reaches the object ball, it will be pushed to this side of the mark. High action can actually push it all the way to the pocket. So in your next practice session, try creating your own sliding cue ball drills. Place the object ball on a sticker and just find this sliding cue ball line. Once you find the line, place the target on that line. And you can even check it with a piece of paper to make sure it's exactly on the sliding cue ball line. Now place the cue ball near the object ball at a slight angle and try to slide the cue ball toward your target. And see if you can do this 5 times. And remember, the key to sliding the cue ball is accelerating through the cue ball. If your stick is slowing down at all when it strikes the cue ball, you may miss your target. Also, try moving your target around. For instance, here the target is no longer on the sliding cue ball line, so the cue ball will need a little bit of draw when it strikes the object ball. Now my sliding cue ball line goes here over these 2 stickers. If I can hit the shot correctly with medium speed, the balls should end up in the same area at the other end of the table. But if my cue ball is rolling instead of sliding, we now see that it takes a much different path. In this shot, the cue ball has too much draw, which pulls it down to this end of the table. If you practice these types of shots enough, it won't take long until you can accurately gauge where the cue ball is going. Now let's go through a couple examples of when to use draw or follow on sliding cue ball shots. In this example, I'm playing a game of 8 ball and I need to get on the 8. But the sliding cue ball line heads to the wrong side of the 8 ball. So if I want to end up in this area, the cue ball will need a small amount of roll when it contacts the 3 ball. So I'll strike this shot just above center and I should end up perfect for the 8 ball. Here's the same shot, except this time I need to end up on the other side of the 8 ball. Since my sliding cue ball line heads toward the 8, I just need a little bit of draw on the cue ball for a position in this area. Here's the same shot, except I'll need a little bit more draw on the cue ball to bring it back for a position. Now we're going to talk about what happens when two balls are frozen together. For instance, in this game of 9 ball, the 3 and 9 are frozen together, and they're both lined up toward the corner pocket. So if I ended up here for position on this combination, it would be pretty simple to pocket the 9. But now watch what happens when I end up above the 3-9 combination. The 9 ball, instead of heading toward the corner pocket, heads to this end rail. So let me show you what's happening. When two balls are frozen like this, the second ball is going to be pushed forward in the same direction the cue ball is traveling. For example, in this situation, both balls are frozen to each other and lined up for the side pocket. If I end up on this side of the combination, now my cue ball will be traveling up table after it strikes the first ball. So that means the 9 ball will also be pushed in this direction, causing me to miss the shot. So now I'll be shooting this combination from the other side, which means my cue ball will now be heading toward the other end rail. And now we can see that the 9 ball heads in the same direction, missing the pocket. So when playing position for two balls that are frozen together, you really have to be aware of what side you need to be on. In this example, the 2 and 9 are frozen together and lined up with the corner pocket. So when I play position on the 2 ball, I need to put the cue ball near the pocket line. If I end up on this side of the pocket line, the 9 ball will be pushed in the same direction the cue ball is traveling, causing me to miss the shot. In this example, the 5 and 9 are frozen, but they're lined up toward the side rail. But if I can play position for this combo below this line, now my cue ball will be traveling upward, which also pushes the 9 upward, making it in the side pocket. In this last example, we ended up on the wrong side of the combination since both balls are lined up toward the end rail. If I wanted to make the 9, I would have to be below the line, and that would push the 9 ball upward. And in situations like this, you'll sometimes see strong players play this shot 2 rails. This allows them to strike the combo from below the line and pocket the 9 ball. And these shots come up every once in a while, so make sure you understand how they work. Make sure the two balls are frozen to each other and that there isn't a gap between them. In this layout, I'm playing 9 ball and I left myself on top of the 3 ball. And the 3 is just barely off the rails, so ideally, I would like to shoot this shot and leave both balls where they are now. And a normal stroke will result in a double hit since both balls are so close together. So in this situation, I'm going to try this shot, where I grab the shaft like this and place the tip under the cue ball and raise up. And when you practice this shot, don't place the tip too far under the cue ball. You want the tip just under the edge of the ball. And once you get the hang of this shot, it's very simple to execute, and you can do it over and over with very little effort. This is a great shot to learn when you have no other options. But since it's an unusual shot, check with your league or tournament director before playing it in a game. And one shot you have to become skilled at is being able to shoot the object ball with speed, but only have the cue ball move a couple inches. For instance, in this shot, I'm on the 1 ball and I like to shoot the 1 to the other side of the table and leave the cue ball behind the 6 and 3. So in this shot, I'm going to strike the cue ball a little above center and shoot with a firm stroke. And this forces the cue ball to roll forward just a couple inches behind the blocker balls. In this example, I'm playing 8 ball and I'm on the 10 ball. The 8 ball is surrounded by the solids, so the window to play position on it is very small. So if I strike the cue ball just above center, now the cue ball has a small amount of roll on it when it strikes the object ball. And this small amount of roll pushes it forward a couple inches. And as we learned earlier, that when the cue ball is close to the object ball and you shoot center in the cue ball with a firm stroke, the cue ball stops at impact with the object ball. But if you strike the cue ball at the same speed and aim just a little above center, now the cue ball has a small amount of roll on it when it strikes the object ball, and this allows it to move forward a couple inches. This type of shot comes up quite a bit. It allows you to strike the object ball with speed and still control the forward distance of the cue ball. Here the cue ball is a little farther away from the object ball. Since there is more distance, the cue ball will have more natural roll by the time it gets to the object ball. So I can aim just a bit lower in the cue ball than the previous shot, just above center. Now at this distance, I no longer have to aim above center. By the time it gets to the object ball, the natural roll of the cue ball will move it forward a couple inches. And at this distance, I'll be aiming just a hair below center. And the same thing applies when performing the shot with draw. For instance, I would like to shoot the 6 to the other end of the table and put the cue ball behind the 7. So in this shot, I'll be aiming just below center. And I just want enough draw to come back a couple inches. In this shot, I'm a little farther away, so I'll aim just a little lower on the cue ball with a firm stroke. So when the cue ball is this close to the object ball, I only have to aim just below center to bring the cue ball back a couple inches for shape on the 8. And as the distance increases between the cue ball and object ball, I now have to start aiming lower on the cue ball, but I keep the speed the same. This type of shot comes up quite often both on offense and defense. Make sure you spend the time and practice the shot. And the fact is that for every few hundred people that receive pool lessons, only a tiny fraction will go on to become strong players. And it's not that these people aren't capable of reaching a high level in pool, it's just that they haven't created a game plan for success. And there isn't a pool instructor in the world that can make you a champion or even a strong player. All a pool instructor does is pass on information to you and try to set you on the right course for success. After that, it's up to you. Becoming a strong player takes months and months and months of hard work, dedication, perseverance, and sacrifice. It basically becomes your second job, and all this happens long after the pool instructor has left. And in the last year, the only student of mine who kept extremely detailed notes on his game, including missed shots, missed position shots, missed safeties, etc., was the one player who played for a living. And since he played for a living, he couldn't afford to have any weaknesses. So when he missed a shot in a tournament or missed position by quite a bit, he would write it down and work on it later. And the average player who has a normal job doesn't have the same urgency when it comes to their weaknesses. Imagine trying to reach a high level in any other sport, like golf, and you don't keep track of your weaknesses, so you don't really work in them. You work a full-time job, and you still expect to compete at a high level. Well, these players probably wouldn't be very competitive against strong players. But this is what many pool players do. They don't take any notes when they miss a ball or a position or safeties. They just write it off as being careless. So instead of working on their weaknesses during their practice sessions, these types of players tend to gravitate towards some sort of shortcut or secret aiming system that they think will get them to that next level. And what usually happens is another year or two goes by and they're still at the same skill level. And these weaknesses will never go away until they start working on them. The big difference between players that go on to become high-level players and players that always struggle is that the strong players have a deeper respect for how difficult the process is to get to that high level. So in order for these players to get to that next level, they need to record their weaknesses so they can get a clearer picture of what their true skill level is. And they'll probably discover that they're not quite as good as what they thought. But for them, the first step in becoming a stronger player is recognizing their true skill level. Then they can start building their game for the future. In this game of 8-ball, I'm shooting the 3-ball and trying to play position for the 8. I notice that my sliding cue ball line heads directly to the corner pocket. So if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 3-ball, it's going to scratch in the corner pocket. But if the cue ball is rolling by the time it strikes the 3-ball, it's going to head toward the side rail and end up in good shape for the 8-ball. In this situation, I'm playing a game of 8-ball and I need to break out these two balls here. And I want to break them out on this shot. But if I strike the 15 with a sliding cue ball, I know that the cue ball will strike higher on the rail, missing both balls. So since I know where the sliding cue ball line is, I can just shoot this shot above center and that will drive the cue ball toward the rail sooner. In this situation, my sliding cue ball line heads toward the side pocket. So now I know that if my cue ball has draw, I'll miss the pocket and head down table for shape on the 8. In this situation, I'm playing 9-ball and I need to break out the 2-ball. But the sliding cue ball line for the cue ball is going to take it above the 2-ball, so I'm going to miss the breakout. But if the cue ball has some draw on it by the time it strikes the 1-ball, it should hit much lower on the rail, and I should be able to break out the 2-ball. Now if your cue ball heads to a rail after contact with the object ball, the angle going into the rail will be similar to the angle leaving the rail. Once you can see these angles, it will allow you to become much more precise in moving the cue ball around the table. For instance, in this shot, my cue ball is sliding when it contacts the 3-ball. it will then head to the rail at this angle. So it's going to leave the rail at a similar angle. In this example, the cue ball will head in this direction toward the rail. So the angle toward the rail will be similar to the angle leaving the rail. And we can now see that the cue ball will head to this area for position on the 8. Understanding the sliding cue ball line makes it much easier to control your cue ball around other balls. Practice shooting sliding ball shots where the cue ball will rebound off a rail. Try to predict the path the cue ball will take off the first rail. And the more you practice these types of shots, the easier it's going to be to see the angles. Here, I'm playing a game of 8 ball and the window to play position on the 8 is pretty tight. But if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 9 ball, it will head to the rail in this direction, and will leave the rail at a similar angle. So it looks like if the cue ball is sliding, I'll end up in my position area for the 8 ball. So next, we're going to be running out a rack of 9 ball, then we're going to run out a rack of 8 ball. And I'm going to demonstrate how the sliding cue ball line is used as a reference point on virtually every single shot. So in this layout, our cue ball has ended up here for a shot on the 1 ball, and I need to play a position for the 2 ball. So let's look at the sliding cue ball line for the 1 ball. If our cue ball is sliding, meaning it has no draw or follow, it's going to follow this path. And as we can see, it may run into the 9 ball. But if the cue ball is rolling when it strikes the 1 ball, it's going to start to head in this direction, which is going to give me the position for the 2 ball. Before I shoot the 1, however, I need to figure out the best way to get from the 3 to the 4 and then to the 5 ball. If I end up near the 2 ball line, I can draw the cue ball back to the in rail, and when I shoot the 3 ball, the cue ball will naturally head toward the 4 ball line. If I can get anywhere near the 4 ball pocket line, I'm going to have a few options for playing position on the 5 ball. If I end up short of the 4 ball line, I can pocket it in the top left hand corner pocket and drift below the 7 for shape in the 5. If I overrun the 4 ball line and end up here, the 4 ball has enough room past the 7 to go in the side pocket. And if you look at the sliding cue ball line, the cue ball will travel in this direction and then back up for a shape on the 5 ball. So my goal is to draw the cue ball all the way back to the in rail, which will give me the angle I need on the 3 ball to get to the 4 ball pocket line. Now here, if you look at the sliding cue ball line for the 3 ball, the cue ball will head in this direction if it is sliding when it strikes the 3 ball. This path, however, heads directly toward the 9 ball. But if the cue ball is rolling by the time it gets to the 3 ball, the cue ball will strike the side rail sooner, which will allow it to travel below the 9 toward position on the 4 ball. So we ended up here on the 4 ball. So let's look at the sliding cue ball line for the 4 ball. If the cue ball is sliding, it's going to head in this direction, and it's probably going to run into the 6 ball. So I want to try to avoid this. So if the cue ball is rolling when it strikes the 4 ball, I know that it's going to head above the 6 in this direction, which is going to give me the position on the 5 ball. Since I'll be shooting the 4 softly, I'm going to aim below center to help minimize the cue ball roll. Okay, so we ended up here with a very slight angle in the 5 ball. Since the 6 ball won't go into the left side pocket, I'm going to need to come off the rail and end up in this area to shoot the 6 in the bottom left hand corner pocket. If I shoot firmly with a little draw, I can pull the cue ball back to this area. Ideally, I would like to end up just short of the 6 ball pocket line. Then when I shoot the 6 ball, I can slide the cue ball over for the 7 ball in the side pocket. But if I end up straight in on the 6 ball, I'm going to have 2 options. I can use stun follow and end up here, which will give me the angle to get position for the 8 ball in the top right hand corner pocket. Or I can draw the cue ball back a couple inches and shoot the 7 in the top left hand corner pocket. So when I shoot the 7 ball, if my cue ball is sliding, it's going to follow this path, and I should end up below the 8 ball pocket line, and that'll give me a good angle to get on the 9 ball. Okay, so I ended up here, and if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 6 ball, the cue ball will drift to this area here. Anywhere above the 7 ball pocket line will work fine. So we ended up with a nice angle on the 7, and my goal is to end up below the 8 ball pocket line, which is going to give me a good angle to get on the 9 ball. But if we look at the sliding cue ball line, the cue ball is going to be heading toward the corner pocket if it's sliding. But if the cue ball is rolling, I now know it's going to head toward the side rail right about here, which should put me in pretty good shape for the 8 ball. So here's the sliding cue ball line for the 8 ball, and you can see that if the cue ball is sliding, it's going to head in this direction for the 9 ball. And this isn't a bad option, but I may end up on the rail when I shoot the 9-ball, which is going to make the shot just a little bit tougher. And also, if I miss-hit the 8-ball and the cue ball has just a little bit of roll on it, I could scratch in the side pocket. The safer route is to roll the cue ball, hitting the side rail sooner, and having the cue ball drift toward position for the 9-ball. Next, we're going to go through a tough rack of 8-ball, and once again, we're going to be using the sliding cue ball line as a reference point on each shot. So my opponent just broke and left me in this position, and the only shot I have is on the 14-ball. But if I choose stripes, I have several problem areas. First, getting position on the 10-ball may be a little bit tricky, since it only has one pocket it can go into. And the 15-ball is also in a tough spot. Now I may have to play it in the bottom right-hand corner pocket. The 11-ball is tied up with the 6-ball, and the 13-ball is tied up with the 4-ball. Since the 14-ball is the only ball I can pocket, I need to examine the sliding cue ball line. Here, we can see that a sliding cue ball heads toward the side pocket. Knowing this, I now know that if the cue ball is rolling, it's going to head in this direction, breaking out the 11-ball. So we broke out the 11-ball, and this is now the layout. And when I shoot the 11-ball in the corner, I'm going to play it off the 13-ball. And this is going to separate the 13-ball from the 4-ball. But I have to be aware of where the cue ball will end up. So if we look at the sliding cue ball line, if the cue ball has a little bit of roll on it, it's going to head in this direction, leaving me here for the 9-ball. And hopefully when I break out the 13 and 4-ball, these balls will move away from this area, opening up the pocket for the 9-ball. But I prefer having more of an angle on the 9-ball, so I'm going to put a little bit of draw on the cue ball, sending it in this direction. So I've solved two of my problems in this rack, but I still have two more problems to deal with, the 15 and 10 ball. If I can end up above the 15 ball pocket line, I can use the sliding cue ball to come off the side rail for shape on the 10 ball. So I now need to figure out how to get on the 15 with the right angle. If I end up here in the 12 ball, the sliding cue ball line heads in this direction. But if the cue ball had draw on it, I now know it's going to hit higher up on the rail, and this should give me the proper angle in the 15 ball. So for me to end up here for the 12 ball, an angle like this in the 13 will be ideal. All I have to do is roll it in and the cue ball will naturally head toward this position area. So when I shoot the 9 ball, I need to end up right around here to give me the proper angle in the 13. And a nice rolling cue ball is all I need on the 9 ball to get my position on the 13. And when I shoot the 13, I'm just going to roll it in and the cue ball should end up below the 12 ball pocket line. So I have a good angle in the 12 to get to my position zone for the 15 ball. A good draw stroke will pull the cue ball higher up on the side rail toward this position area. And now we can see the sliding cue ball line for the 15 ball. I'm going to use a little bit of draw to end up here, giving me a nice angle to roll the 10 ball in and get my position on the 8 ball. Now it's just a matter of rolling in the 10 ball and I should end up with position on the 8 ball. In the full version of Secrets 3, we'll explore how top players use the sliding cue ball line for safeties. By figuring out where we need to put the cue ball, we can now visualize the sliding cue ball line, which now gives us a target to aim the object ball at. This takes all the guesswork out of safety play and will take your defensive game to a whole new level. I also have drills designed to get you controlling that cue ball better than you ever have before when you're playing safe. So in the next phase, we'll be moving on to center ball positioning. You're going to learn how to move the cue ball around the table just using low, center, and high. And in order for you to reach a high level in pool, you have to have a strong understanding of how the cue ball moves off the object ball without spin. And what you will soon learn is that almost every positional shot uses the sliding cue ball line as a reference point. You're also going to develop a feel for the rolling cue ball. For instance, in this 9-ball runout, I'm just rolling the cue ball around the table. And I'm letting the angles do all the work for me, so I never really have to strike the cue ball too hard. And being able to gauge where you're going to end up if you are using a rolling cue ball is something that you really have to spend some time practicing. And here are some examples of playing position with a rolling cue ball. When a strong run-out player steps up to a shot like this, they know right away where the cue ball will go if the cue ball is rolling by the time it gets to the object ball. Right away they know if they shoot this shot with a rolling cue ball, the cue ball is going to travel in this direction. And they know this because they have developed a feel for the rolling cue ball and the path it takes after contact with the object ball. In this example, the player is playing 8 ball and is on his last ball, and the window to play position for the 8 ball is very tight. But this player knows just by looking at the angle in the 3 ball that the cue ball will head toward this area for a position. Now, if the player didn't have a feel for rolling cue ball shots, he may think he needs to force follow or use some kind of spin to get position on the 8, and he'll probably end up in some sort of trouble. And when your object ball is near a rail, it's important to understand how the angle on it affects the cue ball's path. For instance, in this example, I need the cue ball to head to the other end rail for shape on the 9 ball. At this angle on the 8, all I have to do is pocket the 8, and my cue ball will head straight back at almost a 90-degree path from the 8 ball. Now I have less angle on the 8, so if I were to roll the 8 ball in, we now see that the cue ball ends up on the other side of the 9 ball. And with even less angle, the cue ball's path heads toward the side rail. So if you were playing 8 ball and you had this angle on the 11 ball, now you know if you just pocket the ball, the cue ball will come straight across the table for shape on the 8 ball. In this example, I have less angle on the 11 ball, so the cue ball will be rolling forward after striking the 11 ball, and I should be able to get to my position on the 8 ball for the top right corner pocket. Now the angle is even less on the 11 ball, so the cue ball ends up even lower on the other side rail. So at this angle, the player knows right away that the cue ball will head straight up table for shape on the 8 ball. So all his focus can be on pocketing the ball, and position on the 8 ball will be automatic. Now the player has less angle, so instead of a rolling cue ball, he's going to shoot this with more of a sliding cue ball. Strong players are always aware of angles. They are always looking for the right angle that will make it easy to move the cue ball around the table. So in this situation, when the player shoots the 10 ball on the side, he knows he doesn't want to end up here on the 11 ball, since this angle won't allow him to roll the ball in and get position. At this angle, he would have to spin the ball in and go 2 or 3 rails for a position on the 8 ball. This time, the player shoots the 10 ball in, giving himself more of an angle on the 11 ball. Now it's just a matter of rolling in the ball, and position on the 8 is automatic. And it's this developed skill that allows a run-out player to put that cue ball anywhere they want. For instance here, the player is playing 8 ball and is on their last solid, and they know that a rolling cue ball will take them to this area on the other rail for a position. So all they have to do is pocket the solid with a rolling cue ball, and they'll get their position on the 8 ball. And a good exercise to try is just throw balls out on the table and give yourself ball in hand. Place the cue ball at an angle with object balls and try to predict the path the cue ball will take after striking the object ball. On some shots, you'll probably know right away where the cue ball is going to go, and on other shots it may not be so clear. So those shots you may want to sticker up and shoot a few times until you start to develop a feel for where the cue ball is going. So as we begin pattern play, we're going to be using the rolling cue ball shot quite a bit. It's important that you develop a feel for where the cue ball is going after it strikes the object ball. Now we're going to begin half table pattern play. We're going to start with 3 balls and run them in order using only center, center low, and center high. And we can pocket the object balls in any of the 6 pockets, but our cue ball has to stay within this half of the table. Also, decide on which pocket you're going to shoot each ball into before you begin the run. If the cue ball crosses the halfway point, you have to start the run over. Removing this half of the table for the cue ball takes away a player's safety net, which means they have to be much more precise in their speed control. So this is our first pattern. Examine the layout and determine the best way to run out this rack in order, starting with ball in hand. And be very specific. For instance, not only pick the pocket for each ball, but figure out how you're going to strike the cue ball for each shot, and exactly where you want the cue ball to end up. If you need to pause the video, please do so now. And what I tell my students is that you never pick your pocket for the 1 ball until you decide what pocket you're going to play the 3 ball in. So you're basically working backwards from the 3 ball. Working backwards like this is really going to help your ability to run out, especially as we get into more complicated 8 ball and 9 ball patterns. For this pattern, it's pretty simple. We're going to shoot the 3 ball into this pocket. So what's the best way to get from the 2 ball to the 3 ball? Well, if the cue ball were here, all I would have to do is roll in the 2 ball and position on the 3 would be automatic. So this would be the ideal position for the 2-ball. Now, since we know where we need to be for the 2-ball, we now have to figure out the best way to get to this spot from the 1-ball. Now, a common mistake that many players make when playing position is playing position into an open area instead of using a rail. And here's what I mean. When I set this pattern up for my students, many of them will choose this method of shooting the 1-ball, where they try to follow the cue ball into our ideal position spot. And they usually end up striking the cue ball too easy, leaving themselves too much angle on the 2-ball. Or they strike the cue ball too hard, leaving themselves with a flat angle on the 2-ball. Playing into an open area like this means that your window for position is rather small. Your speed control has to be almost perfect. So the easiest way to get from the 1-ball to this area is by shooting the 1-ball into the side pocket. And for this shot, we're going to use a rolling cue ball and come off the side rail. Now once the cue ball gets near the rail, we can now see that the window for position is much larger than when we were trying to roll the cue ball into an open area. Coming off a rail like this doesn't require perfect speed, and when the cue ball leaves the rail, it remains on the correct line for position. And as we discussed in the previous section, you have to develop a feel for where the rolling cue ball is going after contact with the object ball. So since I need to end up in this area, my cue ball will probably be coming off the rail around here after making the 1-ball. So if I make the 1-ball and hit my spot on the rail, even if I hit the cue ball too hard, it's still going to stay on the correct angle for the 2-ball. Now if you shoot this shot and you're hitting the rail way up here, that means you didn't have enough angle on the 1. And if your rolling cue ball ends up hitting the rail too far down, that means you gave yourself too much angle. The correct angle will allow you to shoot at near minimum speed and still get your position on the 2-ball. This type of shot is going to come up over and over again throughout the rest of this video. So practice this shot until you can hit your mark over and over again. So now when I run this pattern out, you can see that the angles are doing all the work for me. Meaning all I have to do is pocket the ball and the cue ball naturally travels for a position on the next ball. Let's say you're playing 9-ball and you have to roll out. If you're playing a strong player, it's always a good idea to try and tie up a ball. By tying up a ball, it will be very difficult for your opponent to run the rack. But if you're playing an opponent that's much weaker than you are, always break out balls when you roll out. A pattern with no problem areas always favors the stronger player. I'm playing 9-ball and my opponent has left me safe on the 1. I don't have a really good kick on the 1-ball, and if I miss the 1 and give him ball in hand, he just needs to pocket the 1 and 2-ball and play the 3-9 combination to win the game. So in this situation, I'm going to pocket the 9-ball, but at the same time, I'm going to try and tie up a ball. Now my opponent will have a lot more work to do to win the game. Here's a shot you can try whenever the object ball is frozen or just off the rail, and the cue ball is directly across from it. If I strike the 1-ball full, the cue ball will be sent straight back to the other end of the table, leaving my opponent a tough shot. Now in this example, I'll be striking the object ball with left spin. So when the cue ball strikes the opposite end rail, the left spin will take the cue ball behind the 7 and 9. Here's another example of striking the object ball with left spin. The left spin takes the cue ball behind our obstacle balls for a safety. In this example, instead of hitting the object ball full, I'll be hitting the right side of the 2-ball, which sends the cue ball in this direction for a safety. In this example, I can't bank the 3 into the 9, but if I strike the right side of the 3-ball, the cue ball will be sent toward the lower left corner pocket, making the 9-ball. And this is a great shot to know if you don't have any other options. The shot works best when the object ball is close to the rail or frozen to the rail and the cue ball is directly across from it. Before trying the shot in a tournament or league match, practice it a few times to get a feel for it. Remember, being a strong player means learning all the shots and being able to execute them during a game situation. Okay, so here's the next pattern. Study the pattern and try to figure out the best way to run out the balls in order with ball in hand. The key shot here is getting the proper angle on the 2 to get on the 3-ball. Okay, so just like the first pattern, we're going to work backwards. I know I'll be shooting the 3 into this pocket, so now I need to find a good angle on the 2-ball that gives me shape on the 3. And right about here is a good angle. All I have to do is roll the 2-ball in, and my position on the 3 is automatic. Once again, the angle is doing all the work for me. So, how do I get to this area from the 1-ball? During a normal league or tournament game, many players would put the cue ball here and they would use spin to drive the cue ball toward the side rail and out. And what usually happens is once that spin hits the second rail, it takes off and they end up too far away, or they miss hit the 1 ball and go crashing into the 2 ball. Or they put the cue ball here and they try to drift into this open area. And since their speed control has to be almost perfect, most of the time they either end up shooting too easy or too hard. Now I'm going to show you an easy way to get to this area just by hitting center on the cue ball. And it may not be easy for you at first, but once you get the hang of this shot, you'll be surprised at how well you can control the speed. So the key to this shot is to put the cue ball fairly close to the 1 ball and really concentrate on trying to hit just a slice of the 1 ball. The first few times you try this shot, you'll probably hit too much of the 1 ball, sending the cue ball toward the middle of the table. And don't shoot this shot too quickly. Take your time and make sure that your aim is right on. Now as I run this pattern out, you can see that it doesn't take much of an effort on each shot. I'm just using the angles to help move the cue ball around the table for a position. Here's the third pattern. Study this pattern and try to figure out the best way to run them out in order with ball in hand. And once again, we'll work backwards from the 3 ball, and this is obviously the pocket we want to shoot the 3 ball in. So we now need to find the easiest way to get position on the 3 ball. If the cue ball ended up here above the 2 ball pocket line, all I would have to do was pocket the 2 and shape on the 3 would be automatic. So what's the best way to get to this position area from the 1 ball? Well, I could put the cue ball here at an angle and try to draw the cue ball to this area, but I've ended up short and on the wrong side of the 2 ball pocket line. Trying to play position into an open area without using a rail requires excellent speed control. Too easy or too hard, and you may be left with a difficult situation. Now I'll show you an easy way to get your correct angle. Find the pocket line that goes through the side pocket and the 2 ball. This is the line you must cross to get the correct angle on the 2 ball. So I've marked the spot where the 2 ball pocket line meets the rail. Now I need to put the cue ball at the correct angle on the 1 ball so the cue ball will head toward this spot on the rail. If the cue ball can hit this spot on the rail, it should come off the rail and end up in my position zone. Now I'm on the correct side of the pocket line. So all I have to do is pocket the 2 and the cue ball will naturally head down to the end rail for position on the 3. And when this pattern is run out correctly, it takes very little effort. Here's the 4th 3 ball pattern. Once again, figure out the easiest way to run out the balls in order with ball in hand. The key shot is getting the correct angle on the 2 to get on the 3. Now here are 3 options players may choose when trying to run this pattern out. In the first option, the player would try to shoot the 1 and draw back for the 2 in the corner. But if they get a funny angle on the 2, they'll be left with a difficult shot to get position on the 3. Or they'll draw the cue ball back to play the 2 ball into the other side pocket. This option requires very good speed control and is considered very risky. Even if you can perform this shot successfully, it's not about being able to do it once or twice. It's about being able to perform this position shot consistently, especially when you're under pressure. The other option is to shoot the 1 and come off the rail for the 2 ball in the other side. Once again, this requires excellent speed control. Too softly or too hard and you may be in trouble. Remember, you have to play the pocket you picked for the 2 ball, so if you pick the side pocket, that's the pocket you have to make the 2 ball in. In order to figure out the easiest way to run the balls out, I need to work backwards from the 3 ball. But the 3 ball is between both corner pockets, so before I decide on which pocket I want for the 3, I need to examine where the 1 and 2 are. Just like the last pattern, if the cue ball crosses the 2 ball line, all I would have to do is pocket the 2 and shaping the 3 would be automatic. Now I'm going to pocket the 3 in the lower left corner pocket and the 2 in the right side pocket. So I'll show you an easy way to get to our position area from the 1 ball. I'm going to place the cue ball here. I'll shoot it a little below center and come off the other side rail for shape on the 2. And by coming off the other side rail, our position window is pretty large. I don't have to have perfect speed control. And since I don't need perfect speed control, my consistency on this position shot should be pretty high. Now once I'm here, it's just a matter of pocketing the 2 ball. So when you try this shot, make sure you're putting the cue ball fairly close to the 1 ball. And pay special attention to what part of the cue ball you are striking. If you strike extremely high in the cue ball, you'll hit lower on the other side rail. If you strike extremely low on the cue ball, you'll be hitting much higher up on the other side rail. Practice this shot until you can consistently get the proper angle on the 2 ball. Once you get the hang of this shot, it won't require much effort at all to run all 3 balls out. So here is our last 3 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. The key shot here is getting the correct angle on the 2 to get on the 3. The first thing I'll look at is the 3 ball. And it looks like I'll be playing the 3 ball in this corner pocket. So how do I get position on the 3 ball from the 2 ball? Well, there are a couple different ways to get position on the 3 from the 2. The first one is to shoot the 1 and end up here on the 2 ball. Then we would just follow off the end rail and back up for position on the 3 ball. The problem with playing the pattern this way is that it's not a natural position shot, meaning you have to use a little bit of force to follow the cue ball off the end rail and back up toward the target zone. Plus, since we're restricted to half a table, our speed has to be pretty precise. Now I'm going to show you more of a natural position shot to get on the 3 ball. First, we'll put the cue ball here and cut the 1 ball in. If you shoot this shot correctly, you should end up in this area. Once you're here, it's just a matter of pocketing the 2 ball and your cue ball will naturally head to your target area. And on this shot, even if you strike the shot too firmly, you're still going to be okay. Your position window is much larger than the previous positional shot. So if you play the correct angles in this pattern, it won't take much effort at all to run all 3 balls. Here is the first 4 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. Now that we're doing 4 ball layouts, you really have to be aware of your angles. So in this pattern, before I shoot the 1 ball, I'm going to be looking 3 balls ahead to the 4 ball. Obviously, I'll be pocketing the 4 ball into this pocket here, which means I'll need to play a position for the 3 ball around this area. Then I can just roll the 3 ball down for a position on the 4. So how do I get to this area from the 2 ball? One mistake that players make is they don't pay attention to pocket lines. For instance here, I've ended up on the other side of the 2 ball pocket line. So now I have to go off the end rail and then back up. And since we can't use spin, we're going to end up with a pretty big angle in the 3 ball, which means I'll have to go back and forth for shape in the 4. So by not paying attention to the 2 ball pocket line, I ended up with a tough shot on the 3 ball. This time I'm going to pay attention to the 2 ball line. If we look at the sliding cue ball line for the 2 ball, if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 2 ball, it's going to head close to the side pocket. So I need to make sure the cue ball is rolling when it strikes the 2 ball. And make sure when you shoot the 1 ball that you don't end up too close to the side rail. So practice running this pattern a few times. It's important that you start to understand how angles move the cue ball around the table, especially as we start getting into more complex patterns. Here is the next 4 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. Pay close attention to where you need to be for the 3 ball. So once again, I'm going to work backwards from the 4 ball. I'm going to play the 4 in this pocket. So now I need to figure out how to get to this position zone from the 3 ball. Well, if the cue ball was near the end rail, all I would have to do is cut the 3 in and the cue ball would naturally head to this position zone. So the key to this rack is getting the cue ball close to the end rail after making the 2 ball. The easiest way to get to this area from the 2 ball is by playing position on the 2 with this angle here. If I can get this angle on the 2 ball, we can see that the sliding cue ball line heads in this direction and goes right around the 4 ball. Since the sliding cue ball line comes very close to striking the 4 ball, I'm going to make sure the cue ball has a hair of roll on it when it strikes the 2 ball. This way it's going to hit the rail sooner, missing the 4 ball. A slight angle in the 1 will allow me to slightly drift the cue ball toward the 2, which will give me the correct angle. Now sometimes when a player has a ball hanging in a pocket, they don't plan out their pattern as well as they should, and they usually end up with an awkward angle in the ball which could lead to problems. When a ball is hanging in the pocket, make sure you take the time to plan out your pattern. Here's the third 4-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run the pattern. Pay close attention to the angle you'll need on the 2-ball. In this pattern, I start by looking at the 4-ball, and it looks like I'll be making it in this pocket. So my goal will be to try to get a straight in position shot on the 3-ball. Then all I have to do is stop the cue ball. So now I need to figure out how to get to this area from the 2-ball. The best way to get here would be for my cue ball to be on the in rail. Then I can just roll the 2 in and come off the side rail. If I end up short of the 3-ball pocket line, I can just roll the cue ball off the side rail for a position on the 4-ball. And if I end up above the 3-ball pocket line, I can just follow the cue ball off the in rail and back up. So I'm going to show you 4 different ways to get to the in rail from the 1-ball, and you have to become consistent at all 4 shots. So the first way to get to the in rail is to give yourself a slight angle on the 1, and use high action to roll the 1 into the corner and follow down to the in rail. The second way to get to the in rail is to place the cue ball here at a slight angle to the side pocket. Then I'll use a draw stroke to bring the cue ball to the in rail. The third way is the same type of shot, except I'll be shooting the 1-ball into the other side pocket. The fourth way to get to the in rail is to use a sliding cue ball and come off the side rail. Practice all 4 shots until you're consistent at all of them. Becoming a strong player means you have to be consistent at all types of shots. For instance, if you're playing 9-ball and the side pockets aren't available, you need to be able to follow the cue ball to the in rail. Or maybe the corner pocket isn't available, so you have to shoot the 1 in the side and drift down. If you struggle at any of these shots, write them down, make a note of it, and keep working on these shots until they're no longer a problem. Here's the fourth 4-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. The key to this pattern is getting on the 2-ball. So first I'll look at the 4-ball, and it looks like I'll be making it in this pocket. So now I need to figure out where I need to be on the 3 to get on the 4. But before I do that, I need to examine the 2-ball since it looks like it might be a problem ball. Since the 4-ball is blocking it from going into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, I'm going to have to shoot the 2-ball into the top left corner pocket, which means my cue ball will end up around this area after pocketing the 2. And if I end up with this angle in the 3, I can use draw on the cue ball to come back to the side rail. Or I can use a sliding cue ball, shoot the 3 in, and have the cue ball come straight back up. Now my main concern is getting on the 2-ball. The 4-ball is blocking this pocket, so I'm going to have to play the 2 in the top left-hand corner pocket. If I can just get near this 2-ball line with the cue ball, I should be fine. Now when many players attempt to get on this 2-ball, they'll try to follow the 1-ball and have the cue ball end up near the 2-ball line. And as mentioned earlier, when you try to roll the cue ball into an open area like this without using the rails, your speed control has to be excellent. If you come up short in this shot, or if you end up going a couple inches too far, you're going to be left with an extremely difficult shot. Now I'm going to show you the proper way to get on the 2-ball. I'm going to place the cue ball at a slight angle on the 1 and follow the cue ball to the in rail. And as you can see, once the cue ball leaves the in rail, I have a shot on the 2-ball. My margin for error is much greater. If I end up straight in, I can stop the cue ball. If I end up with an angle, I can just roll the 2 in and have the cue ball come off the rail. Practice this position shot on the 2-ball until you can consistently come off the rail at the proper angle. This is one of the shots that will be coming up over and over again in upcoming patterns. Here's the final 4-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out all 4 balls. The key to this run is getting from the 1 to the 2-ball. So working backwards again from the 4, it looks like I'll be making it in the top left corner pocket. So if I can get here on the 3, all I would have to do is pocket the 3 and position on the 4 would be automatic. Getting to this position area for the 3 means I can't have much of an angle when I shoot the 2-ball. If I can end up right around here for the 2-ball, I can just follow it past the 3-ball pocket line. But if I end up with an angle on the 2, I'll have to keep the cue ball up here. And then I'll have to use high action to force the cue ball to the in rail, then to the side rail. If I get too much angle in the 3, I'll get into trouble since I won't be able to force the cue ball to the side rail. Remember, we're not using spin, so our angles have to be right on. So the key to this rack is getting from the 1 to this area here on the 2. Now there are two ways to get to this area. The first way is placing the cue ball here and coming off the side rail back toward the 2 ball. While this way will work, I'm going to show you a better way to get position on the 2 ball. Put the cue ball here at a slight angle on the 1 and strike the cue ball below center. The goal is to barely hit the other side rail so we're straight in on the 2 ball. If struck correctly, you're not going to be hitting the cue ball that hard at all. It won't take much of an effort to move the cue ball toward your position area. This is another shot that will be coming up over and over again, so keep practicing until you have it down. And your goal is to barely come off the other side rail. When a strong player is kicking at a ball, there are many times when they would like to stick the cue ball where the object ball is, especially if there's another ball nearby that can act as a blocker. For instance, in this shot, my opponent left me safe on the 2 ball, and it's fairly close to the rail, which provides a good opportunity to try and stop the cue ball where the 2 ball is. If I strike it correctly, I can hide the cue ball behind the 7 ball. And when I shoot these shots, I'm going to be striking the cue ball above center. And before you shoot these shots, try to visualize the angle of the shot. This will help you in determining where you'll need to strike the end rail to hit the object ball full. And here's another example where I'll be hitting the cue ball above center. And this shot won't require much force, we just need to make sure the 2 ball reaches the other side rail to leave my opponent safe. Now as the angle of the shot begins to widen, instead of striking the cue ball above center, I'm going to be striking the cue ball with draw. And once again, I'm going to try and strike the object ball full. If I can do that, I can kill the cue ball and get a leave. This time the shot is farther away, and we can see that the angle is pretty wide. So once again, I'm going to be using draw. There are many times, however, when you don't want to strike the object ball full. For instance, in this situation here, I'm hooked on the 3 ball, and if I go off the end rail and strike the 3 ball full, I'll probably leave my opponent a shot. But if I can hit this part of the 3 ball, the cue ball will head in this direction and may end up behind these 2 balls, leaving my opponent safe. Here's another example of hitting just part of the object ball. If I can come off the side rail and hit this part of the 1 ball, the cue ball will head to this end rail and hopefully get behind the 9 and 6 ball for a leave. And even if you don't leave them safe, whenever you strike part of an object ball coming off a rail like this, both balls will always head in separate directions, so at least you're putting distance between them. When you're kicking at a ball, there are a couple things you have to remember. For instance, let's say we're kicking at the 7 ball. I'm going to kick at this ball with a medium stroke, and I'll be hitting the other side rail right around here where this chalk is. And we can see that I made a solid hit on the 7 ball. Now I'm going to kick at the 7 ball again, and once again I'm going to aim at the chalk on the rail. But this time I'm going to strike the cue ball a little harder. And now we can see that by striking the cue ball harder, it shortened the angle and missed the 7 ball. So when you're kicking at balls, always remember that the harder you shoot the shot, the shorter the angle will be. Many players come up short in kick shots, and one of the main reasons for this is that they are striking the cue ball way too hard. If you do need to strike a kick shot firmly, change your aiming point on the rail. For instance, in this kick shot, my aiming point is right here. Since I'll be striking the cue ball firmly, I'm going to change my aiming point to here, and now I should be able to strike the object ball. And there are times when balls are blocking your normal path to the object ball, as in this situation here. The 5 ball is near the pocket, but I don't have a good path to get to it since its 7, 8, and 9 are right in the way. So in this case, I would aim about a half diamond away from the corner pocket, and use low action. The low action pulls the cue ball away from the end rail and straightens out the cue ball's path, taking it toward the 5 ball. In this final example, my opponent hooked me on the 5 ball, and it's near the pocket, so a good kick shot should be able to pocket the ball. And from here, my normal angle to get to this corner pocket is right here, but the 7 and 9 are in the way. So if I change my aim to the 3rd diamond, the cue ball is naturally going to head toward the middle of this end rail. But if I use low action, I can pull the cue ball away from its natural angle and head toward this corner pocket. So now I'm going to show you a technique for cutting in balls that are extremely close to each other, within 1 cube of chalk. For instance, in this game of 8 ball, I left myself this shot on the 8 ball. And as you can see, the 8 ball and cue ball are extremely close to each other. And it's going to require a thin hit on the 8 to pocket it in the side. Once you learn this technique I'm about to show you, these shots will start to become much easier. So here's what I'm doing. First, I'm choking up on the cue stick and I'll be gripping the cue a little tighter than normal. Now, before I come down on the shot, I locate the space between both balls and find where both edges of the balls line up. And that's what I focus on as I get down on the table. I don't take my eyes off this area as I lower my head. So when I'm down on the shot, I keep my focus on the edges of both balls. Next, I'll be placing the tip on the side of the cue ball closest to the object ball. So in this case, I would be using low right. You can also use center right, but you're going to get a lot more cue ball action after the cue ball hits a rail. So when I'm aiming, my focus is trying to strike the object ball as thin as possible. And a mistake a lot of players make on shots like this is when they come down on the shot, they don't focus on the edges of both balls. And without being able to see the edges, the player is more or less guessing when they are aiming, making the shot much more difficult. If you can learn to come down on these shots, focusing on the edges of both balls, it's going to take a lot less effort to pocket the ball. And remember to place your tip on the side of the cue ball closest to the object ball. This will allow you to aim the tip at the part of the object ball that you need to strike. Use a little extra pressure when you grip the cue. Your backstroke will be short, but you'll be accelerating through the cue ball. And once you get this shot down, you'll be surprised how much easier it is to pocket the ball, no matter how close it is to the cue ball. Here's the first 5-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. The key shot here is getting from the 2 to the 3. This pattern is all about getting on the proper side of the pocket lines. So let's work backwards from the 4-ball. Now I can play position for the 4-ball in either side pocket, but since the 3-ball is on this side of the table, I'm going to pocket the 4 into this side pocket. So when I get on the 3-ball, I don't want a big angle like this, since it's going to be difficult to hold the cue ball for the 4 in this side. Ideally, I would like to get close to the 3-ball line. If I was here, I can just draw the cue ball back above the 4-ball line. Then once I'm here on the 4, I can just roll the 4 in and I'll get my position on the 5-ball. So the key shot here is to get the proper angle on the 2 so I can end up here for the 3-ball. So let's examine the 1-ball shot. If we were to shoot the 1-ball into this pocket, we can see that the 2-ball pocket line goes right through the ghost ball. And here's a shot you'll need to know. Place the cue ball at a slight angle on the 1, and the goal here is to have the cue ball follow the 2-ball pocket line. Try putting a piece of chalk on the 2-ball pocket line and see if you can roll the cue ball toward the piece of chalk. And you'll want to keep the cue ball pretty close to the 1-ball. In this shot, you'll be striking the cue ball right around center. Try to avoid crossing the line on either side. So put the cue ball close to the 1-ball again at a slight angle, and this time place a piece of chalk where you want the cue ball to end up. The goal is to make sure you end up on the left side of the pocket line. So keep practicing the shot until you develop a feel for where the cue ball is going. Also try putting the cue ball farther away from the 1-ball. If your cue ball keeps crossing the line this way, then you're going to have to start striking the cue ball lower. Okay, so we've ended up on the proper side of the 2-ball line. Now if we look at the sliding cue ball line, the cue ball is going to head in this direction if it's sliding when it strikes the 2-ball. But that's too close to the 3-ball. So in order to get to my position zone up here, I'm going to have to make sure the cue ball has a bit of roll on it when it strikes the 2-ball. Okay, so let's say the cue ball ends up here on the 3-ball. The first thing I need to do is find the 4-ball pocket line. I need to make sure the cue ball ends up above this line to give me the angle to get on the 5-ball. So I've ended up above the 4-ball line. The problem is that I'm just barely above the line, so I don't have that much of an angle in the 4. For example, if I just rolled the 4-ball in, you can see that the cue ball is going to hit pretty high up on this rail. So for me to get position on the 5-ball, at this angle, I'm going to have to strike the cue ball pretty firmly to send it over to the side rail. And whenever you're striking the cue ball this firmly, it's really easy to lose control of the cue ball. This time when I shoot the 3 ball, I'm going to end up farther above the 4 ball pocket line. Just by putting a little more distance between the cue ball and pocket line means I can strike the 4 ball much easier to get position on the 5 ball. Here is the second 5 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. The key to this rack is getting the proper angle on the 2 ball. So once again, we're going to be working backwards from the 4 ball. And it looks like I'll be pocketing the 4 in the bottom left corner pocket. So I'm going to need an angle on the 3 that will give me my position on the 4 ball. So if I ended up here in the 3 ball, I could just shoot it in with center low, and the cue ball would come back to this area for position on the 4 ball. The easiest way to get to this position zone is if the cue ball ends up here on the 2 ball. Then I can just roll the 2 ball in the corner, and the cue ball will naturally head to my position zone. So when I shoot the 1 ball, I want to end up in this position zone for the 2 ball. The ideal angle would be right below the 2 ball line, but if I get straight in on the 2 ball, I should still be fine. I can just softly roll the 2 into the pocket and still get my angle on the 3. If I end up right above the 2 ball pocket line, I'll have to force the cue ball to the in rail and back up using high action. If I end up too far above the 2 ball pocket line, I'm going to be in trouble. I can no longer strike the 2 ball with force follow, since the cue ball is now heading toward the 3 ball. So now I'm going to show you the easiest way to shoot the 1 ball and get our cue ball to this position zone. I'm going to play the 1 ball on this side and use high action. And when I shoot this shot, I want to pick a spot on the opposite rail that I need to hit in order to get to my position zone. This shot requires a nice stroke using high action, and it also requires putting the cue ball at the correct angle on the 1 ball. Now if you try this and you end up too far down on the side rail, that means you have too much angle on the 1 ball. Keep shooting this shot until you can consistently get to this area. Remember, this shot is all stroke and not power. As long as you get your high action, it won't take much to propel the cue ball to this position zone. So if your cue ball lands around here, now it's just a matter of rolling in the 2 ball, and you should get the angle you need to pocket the 3 and get shape on the 4. And when you shoot the 3 ball, you're going to be aiming either center or below center. And remember, you can't cross the halfway point on the table, so your speed control has to be very good. Keep practicing from different angles until you can start stopping the cue ball around this area. Remember, the lower you hit on the cue ball, the closer to this side rail you're going to end up. Here is the third 5 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. Pay close attention to where you need to be for the 2 ball and the 4 ball. So working backwards from the 4 ball, looks like I'll be pocketing the 4 in the side pocket, since the 3 ball is on this side of the table. And when I shoot the 3 ball, I'll need the cue ball to end up above the 4 ball pocket line. That way when I shoot the 4 ball, the cue ball will head down table for the 5 ball. So if I can end up near the side rail in the 3 ball, I'm just going to use a stun follow shot to move the cue ball above the 4 ball line. So anywhere on this side rail should be good position for the 3 ball. But if we look at the 2 ball, there isn't much room for error. When I shoot the 1, I need to get the proper angle on the 2 ball. That way I can shoot the 2 ball and move the cue ball around the 5 ball. If I ended up here on the 2 ball, I can just use a sliding cue ball to move it around the 5 for shape on the 3. So the goal is to get to this area from the 1 ball. And there are a couple good ways to get here. But first, I'm going to show you a mistake many players make when trying to get shape on the 2 ball. They'll put the cue ball here and try to follow the 1 down for perfect position. And as we discussed earlier, trying to roll the cue ball into a position area without using a rail requires excellent speed control. I'm going to show you 2 ways to get position where our position window is much larger. The first way is to send the cue ball toward a target on the side rail. And once the cue ball hits the rail, it starts moving along the correct angle on the 2 ball, which has given us a much bigger positional window. Figure out where you need to strike the rail at and put a piece of chalk there. Practice shooting this shot until you can consistently hit your mark on the side rail. The other way to get position is to put the cue ball here at a slight angle on the 1 ball. Now you'll be using draw to bring the cue ball back to the side rail and out. Once again, mark the rail where you want the cue ball to hit. Keep practicing this shot until you're comfortable hitting your mark. And make sure you don't end up too close to the side rail. Okay, so now we've ended up here in the 2 ball, and as we learned earlier, if the cue ball is sliding when it contacts the object ball, it's going to continue at a 90-degree angle. And whatever angle the cue ball heads to the rail at is the same angle it's going to leave the rail at. So looking at the 2-ball, I know right away that a sliding cue ball will move the cue ball around the 5-ball for a position on the 3-ball. And when you try the shot, if your cue ball is hitting the 5-ball after it strikes the rail, that means your cue ball was rolling by the time it got to the 2-ball. Try the shot again at the same speed, but this time aim a little bit lower on the cue ball. Your cue ball should make a V shape around the 5-ball. Now, we've ended up here in the 3-ball, and I know that I need to shoot the 3 and roll forward 2 or 3 inches. To perform the shot correctly, you need to shoot center on the cue ball and hit the shot firmly. If you're getting too much roll, you need to shoot the shot again at the same speed but aim a little bit lower on the cue ball. You should be able to shoot the shot and have the cue ball roll forward a couple inches. And practice this shot from different distances. This is a shot that you'll see top players shoot all the time. You have to develop a feel for it though, so make sure you put the time in and practice. So in this pattern, like the previous patterns, it's all about staying on the correct side of the pocket lines, letting the angles do the work for you as you move around the table. And that's the real key to becoming a strong run-out player, is knowing what side of the pocket lines you need to be on. Here is a 4th 5-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. This is a difficult layout that requires very precise angles and speed control. So in this layout we have a problem ball, and that's a 3-ball, which is next to the 5-ball. While the 3-ball is makeable in this corner, I'm going to need the proper angle on it to get on the 4-ball. If I can end up here just below the 3-ball pocket line, I can roll the 3 in and get my position on the 4-ball. But if I end up straight in on the 3 or above the 3-ball pocket line, it's going to be very difficult to get on the 4-ball. So now I need to figure out how to get to this position spot from the 2-ball. If I can get here on the 2-ball, we can see that if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 2-ball, it will head in this direction. But if the cue ball has a small amount of roll on it when it strikes the 2-ball, it will head to our position zone for the 3-ball. So now we need to figure out how to get to this spot from the 1-ball. So here is the 1-ball pocket line that goes into the top left-hand corner pocket. If my cue ball were here at a slight angle, I could strike it with a sliding cue ball and end up in my position area for the 2-ball. My goal is to keep the cue ball close to the 2-ball. The closer I am on the 2, the easier it's going to be for me to get to my target area on the side rail. So now we have the correct angle on the 2 to get our position on the 3. This shot, however, requires a very precise hit. If I end up anywhere in this area, I'm going to be in trouble. This is the type of shot that separates the strong players from the weaker players. If you practice this shot, mark the spot where the 3-ball line meets the rail. Try to end up just below this line. Sticker this shot up and shoot it over and over again so you can develop a feel for it. And as we mentioned earlier, the ideal angle is just below the 3-ball line. Now we can just roll the 3-ball in and come off the other side rail for our position on the 4-ball. Ideally, I would like to end up in this area for the 4-ball. Now if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 4, it will come almost straight across the table toward the 5-ball. So when I shoot this shot, I need to make sure the cue ball has some draw on it when it reaches the 4-ball. Also, I'm not going to try to roll perfectly into my position area. The danger in this is under-hitting the 4-ball and coming up short. What I'm going to do is strike the 4-ball more firmly and come off the other rail. This gives me a large position window for the 5-ball. See if you can run out this rack 2 or 3 times in a row the proper way. This run out is all about controlling the speed and path of the cue ball. Here is the final 5-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. This pattern relies heavily on using the sliding cue ball line. So working backwards from the 4-ball, it's not obvious yet which pocket I'll be shooting the 4-ball into. So let's look at the 2 and 3-ball. If we look at the 2-ball, it looks like I'll be playing it in the bottom left corner pocket. And if I have a slight angle on it, it's going to be easy to play shape for the 3-ball on the side. And if I can end up above the 3-ball pocket line, I can use a sliding cue ball to play shape for the 4-ball. So now I know I need to get here for the 2-ball, since this is the angle I need to get on the 3-ball. But now I need to figure out the best way to get to this area from the 1-ball. One way to get here from the 1 ball is to draw the 1 back at a slight angle. While this is doable, there is a slightly better way to get here from the 1 ball. Put the cue ball here at a slight angle and use the sliding cue ball. The cue ball will naturally travel along the correct line to our position area. And when you shoot this, put the cue ball about a ball away from the 1. This shot just requires a soft center ball stroke. Keep practicing this shot until you can consistently stop the cue ball in this area. Your ideal position will be on this side of the 2 ball pocket line. So the 3 ball pocket line goes to the rail here, so this now becomes my target when I shoot the 2 ball. If I can strike this spot on the rail, I'm going to end up on the correct side of the 3 ball pocket line. If we look at the sliding cue ball line off the 3 ball, it's going to take the cue ball in this direction if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 3 ball. And ideally, I would like to end up in this area for the 4 ball. If I had this angle, all I would have to do is pocket the 4 and position on the 5 would be automatic. And when I shoot the 3, I just don't want to roll into this area and take the chance of coming up short. Instead, I'm going to play the cue ball off the end rail and back up, which is going to give me a larger position window. And shooting the 4 ball is just a matter of sliding the cue ball and having the cue ball come straight back up for the 5 ball. Set this pattern up and practice trying to run it out the correct way. In the next section, we're going to begin full table pattern play, so it's important that you start developing a feel for the sliding and rolling cue ball. One issue that many players have is not putting the cue ball close enough to the object ball when they have ball in hand. For instance, here my opponent scratched and I have ball in hand. And when many players have ball in hand, they tend to put the cue ball too far away from the object ball. And when they do this, they have to control 2 speeds. The speed from the cue ball to the object ball, and the speed of the cue ball to its position area. So they're making the shot more difficult than it needs to be. Now with ball in hand, I'm going to place the cue ball here about a ball and a half away from the object ball. Now it's not only easier to hit the object ball where I'm aiming, but I only have to control 1 speed, so it's much easier to control my cue ball. Here's another example of a player that has ball in hand, but he puts the cue ball too far away from the object ball, which means he now has to control 2 speeds. So he's not really taking advantage of having ball in hand. Now I'll place the cue ball here, and it's not only going to be easier to pocket the ball, but since I'm only controlling 1 speed, I have a much better chance of getting to my position area. In this situation, I'm playing a game of 8 ball and I have ball in hand. And I only have 2 solids left. Since this 4 ball is my problem ball, I'm going to go ahead and shoot it now. And if I can stop the cue ball when I shoot it in the side, I'll have perfect position on my last solid. But many players, when they have ball in hand and they have to stop the cue ball, they place the cue ball too far away from the object ball, and now they have to use just the right amount of draw to stop the cue ball. Not enough draw and their cue ball will roll forward, and too much draw and their cue ball will come backward, leaving themselves without a shot. Now since I have ball in hand, I'm going to place the cue ball about a ball and a half away from the object ball. I'll strike the shot firmly using center. The advantage of shooting the ball this way is even if I underhit the shot, the cue ball will still stop. And the same is true, even if I hit the shot too firmly, the cue ball will still stop. If you practice this shot and your cue ball is rolling forward, go back and do the center ball drills again. If it's rolling forward, that probably means you're striking the cue ball above center. Once you get this shot down, it's going to take very little effort to stop the cue ball. Throw some balls out on the table and practice putting the cue ball fairly close to each ball, about a ball and a half away, and you're going to be stroking center on the cue ball. Your backstroke is going to be fairly short, but concentrate on accelerating through the cue ball. And even though you won't be following through very far through the cue ball, you still want to stick accelerating through impact. Okay, I'll show you one of the most common mistakes players make when jumping over a ball. And as we learned earlier, when you strike the cue ball on the left or right side, the cue ball will move off the shooting line. This is especially true when jumping the cue ball. For instance, in this first shot, I'm going to be jumping the cue ball straight at the corner pocket. And I'll be striking the cue ball right below center with no spin. And we can see that the cue ball went straight down the shooting line. Now I'm going to shoot the jump shot again, but this time I'm going to strike the cue ball off center with left spin. and we can see that the cue ball immediately jumps off the shooting line and misses the pocket. And the same thing happens when I jump the cue ball with right spin. And this is what causes many players to lose accuracy when jumping the cue ball. They shoot too quickly and strike the cue ball off center. Your main concern when jumping the cue ball is finding the shooting line and lining up your tip exactly down the middle of the cue ball. You really need to focus on not striking the cue ball with spin, since that will change the cue ball's path. Okay, I'll show you a way to aim your jumps that should really help you be more accurate. When you stand behind the cue ball, find the shooting line and imagine the path the cue ball will take along this line. For instance, in this shot, my cue ball will be traveling along this path if I were to pocket the ball. And we can see that if the blocker balls weren't there, I can shoot down this path and pocket the ball. This is the same path you'll be using for your jump shot. Now, find what part of this path goes through the blocker ball, which in this case is the 8 ball. And now we can see that the 8 ball is directly on this path. So when I'm ready to jump the cue ball, I know that if I aim directly at the 8 ball, my cue ball will be sent down the shooting line toward the object ball. This time the 8 ball is sitting here instead, and we can see that the path to the object ball only goes through about half of the 8 ball. So my goal when I'm ready to jump is to aim the cue ball down this path and visualize jumping over this half of the 8 ball. So in essence, you're using the blocker ball to help aim your jumps. So number 1, your focus should be on finding your shooting line. Number 2, visualize what part of this path goes through the obstacle ball. And number 3, make sure you're aiming down the middle of the cue ball. And take your time when aiming. Treat it like any other tough shot that you would come across. And you're not going to make the object ball every time, but you do want to at least make contact with it, so you don't give up ball in hand. Here's another do or die shot. I'm playing 8 ball and I ended up here surrounded by the stripes, and there doesn't seem to be a path to the 8 ball. See if you can figure out how to pocket the 8. As we learned earlier, you want to avoid using spin when jumping over balls, since it changes the cue ball's path. This situation would be an exception. If we can jump over the 15 with right spin, the cue ball will strike the side rail and change direction due to the spin on the cue ball, and we can now pocket the 8. Here is another situation where I would want to jump a ball with spin. I'm playing 10 ball and my opponent left me here on the 1, and I don't have a kick shot on it. Also, the 8 ball is blocking my path for a jump shot. But if I can jump over the balls and strike the end rail here, I can use left spin to send the cue ball toward the 1 ball. The full version of Secrets 3 is available at our website www.0x-billiards.com. The full-length video includes a breakdown of 8-ball runouts by the top players in the world. We examine why they chose solids or stripes, and why they decided on the pattern they used for the runout. Then we recreate the games shot by shot. This is an in-depth analysis of what top players think about when they step up to an 8-ball table. And next, we're going to go through the 35 most common safeties played by the top players in the world. These are safety shots that you have to know to reach a high level in pool. And these are shots that can start winning you games immediately. We'll examine each shot in detail, and I'll even show you some great drills for fine-tuning your safety game. Also, each video comes with a pattern play drill ebook. This book is jam-packed full of position drills, all designed to get you moving that cue ball around the table easier than you ever have before. Also, both the DVDs and downloads come with a complete chapter breakdown of the entire video. So now we're going to begin full table pattern play. I'm going to be setting up some 8-ball layouts, and I want you to figure out the best way to run out. We'll be starting with only 1 solid in the 8-ball, and as we progress I'll be adding more balls to our layouts. And we're still only using center, center low, and center high. So here's the first layout. You're shooting the solid and you have ball in hand. So in this shot, since we'll be traveling the length of the table, we want to give ourselves an angle that will take us to the other side of the table. So I'll place the cue ball here about 1.5 balls away from the object ball, and I'm aiming to hit about 10% of the object ball. If struck correctly, my cue ball should hit between the first and second diamond at this end of the table. And I'll be striking the cue ball with a nice soft stroke. I'm letting the angle do all the work for me. Set this shot up and shoot it a few times. Remember to keep the cue ball close to the object ball and focus on your aiming. If you hit the object ball too thin, you're going to end up near the side pocket. And if you strike the object ball too thick, the cue ball will stay on this side of the table. Practice this shot until you can consistently get position on the 8-ball. Here's the next layout. There are a couple good ways to get on the 8-ball from the solid. Try to find the position shot that will be easy to repeat over and over again. If we were to shoot the 3 in this corner, we can see that the sliding cue ball line will take the cue ball to the corner pocket. But since I know where the sliding cue ball line goes, now I know that if the cue ball is rolling by the time it gets to the object ball, I'll end up hitting the side rail and getting easy position on the 8-ball. By using the sliding cue ball line as a reference point, I can now start to put that cue ball anywhere I want. For instance here, if my cue ball heads to the side rail, I may end up behind one of the stripes. But since I know where the sliding cue ball is going to take me, now I know if the cue ball has a little bit of draw on it when it strikes the 3-ball, I'm going to end up on the other end rail for shape on the 8-ball. And in this situation, I have to play position for the 8-ball in this side pocket. And if I just roll the 3-ball in, my cue ball is going to head in this direction, which leads to my position area for the 8-ball. As I mentioned earlier, playing shape into an open area like this without using the rail means my speed control has to be excellent. But if I can play the cue ball off the rail, my window for position is much bigger. If I can strike the rail right around here, I should end up with shape on the 8-ball. So when I shoot the 3-ball, I'm going to be striking a little higher on the cue ball, and that's going to create more roll, forcing the cue ball to hit higher up on the rail. In this layout, we have 2 solids and we need to get position on the 8-ball. Try to find the pattern that will be easy to repeat over and over again. Okay, so this pattern involves both a sliding cue ball and a rolling cue ball. And right away I can tell by looking at the 7-ball that if my cue ball ends up here, this would be the ideal angle to roll the 7 in and get position on the 8-ball. So now I need to figure out the best way to get to this area from the 3-ball. If I shoot the 3-ball in the lower right corner pocket, I can see that a sliding cue ball will take me directly to my position area for the 7. So let's look at the 7-ball. If the cue ball is sliding, it's going to head in this direction, which will put me on the wrong side of the 8-ball. But since I know where the sliding cue ball is going to go, now I know if the cue ball is rolling, it's going to end up on the correct side of the 8-ball. And one thing you need to remember is that the more angle you have on your object ball, the closer to the sliding cue ball line the cue ball's path will be. For instance here, I have a steep angle in the 7, so when I roll the 7-ball in, we can see that the cue ball's path doesn't stray too far from the sliding cue ball line. And in this shot, we don't have much angle in the 7, so now the cue ball's path takes it farther away from the sliding cue ball line. And in this example, we're just below the 7-ball pocket line, so now the cue ball is rolling toward the side rail. Practice shooting this shot from different angles. You need to develop a feel for where the cue ball is going depending on the angle. In this layout, we have 2 solids and we need to get position on the 8-ball. Try to find the pattern that will be easy to repeat over and over again. So in this layout, there are 2 different ways to get to the 8-ball. And if we look at the 8-ball, we're probably going to be playing it in the top right-hand corner pocket. So our position area for the 8-ball is right around here. Now let's examine the first way to get position on the 8-ball. In this pattern, we're going to shoot the 5 first and end up just below the 2-ball pocket line. So I've ended up here on the 2-ball. Now it's just a matter of drawing back to the side rail. But when shooting the pattern this way, there are a couple danger areas you're going to have to be aware of. First, ending up too close to the rail after shooting the 5-ball. This means you have to jack up your cue, making the shot much more difficult. The other danger is crossing the 2-ball line. Now you're going to have to force the cue ball to the other end rail and back down for position on the 8. Another danger is ending up too far below the 2-ball line. Now I can no longer draw it back to the side rail. So in this shot, I'm going to have to use the sliding cue ball line and try to play position between the 8 and 14. So when I shoot this shot, I need to make sure the cue ball has a little bit of draw on it when it strikes the 2-ball. The next way to run out this pattern is by ending up here on the 5-ball. If we look at this angle in the 5, all I have to do is pocket the ball and shape is automatic. If I can get to this area, which is directly across from the 5 ball, this will give me the ideal angle to get on the 8 ball. Now we have to figure out the best way to get to this area from the 2 ball. If I put the cue ball here and use high action, I can pocket the 2 and drive the cue ball to this area. If you end up below the line, you can still pocket the ball and get position. If you end up short of the line, then we can no longer roll the cue ball. For instance, here I'm rolling the cue ball and you can see that it's heading to the side pocket. So when I shoot the 5 from this angle, I want to minimize the amount of roll in the cue ball when it strikes the 5. So I'll shoot it with a little more speed and strike around center on the cue ball. Practice both patterns until you can consistently land at the correct angles for each ball. In this 8 ball pattern, we have 3 solids and our 8 balls at the other end of the table. And it also only has one of the corner pockets it can go into. So getting position on the 8 has to be very precise. Try to find the pattern that will be easy to repeat over and over again. When a strong player studies an 8 ball layout like this, their first concern is finding the solid that will give them position on the 8 ball. Right away I can tell that if the cue ball ends up here for the 1 ball on the side, a sliding cue ball will take the cue ball to this area by the 8. The problem is that our speed has to be excellent since we're playing into an open area without using a rail. But since I know where the sliding cue ball line is, now I know that if I use a little draw when I shoot the 1, I can pull the cue ball to this side rail. And once the cue ball hits the rail, it's going to be heading down on our position line. Study the layout again and see if you can find the easiest way for the cue ball to end up here for the 1 ball. Okay, so I need to end up here for the 1. Some players would shoot the 2 ball and give themselves an angle to shoot the 3 and come off the side rail toward our position area for the 1 ball. The problem with this is that it requires excellent speed control. If I come off the rail and end up on this side of the 1 ball pocket line, I'm going to be in trouble. Remember, we're trying to pick a pattern that will be easy to repeat over and over again. Now let's try it this way. I'm going to shoot the 2 in the side using high action and end up on this side of the 3 ball pocket line. Now, when I roll the 3 ball in, you can see as soon as the cue ball hits the end rail, I have the correct angle on the 1 ball. So my position window is very large. Even if I underhit the 3 ball, I'll still have the correct angle on the 1 to get on the 8 ball. And once we're here, it's just a matter of making sure the cue ball has some draw on it by the time it reaches the 1 ball. The cue ball should be hitting somewhere around the 2nd diamond on this side rail. If you struggle at this shot, try moving the cue ball fairly close to the object ball. Your goal should be to try and hit near the 2nd diamond on the side rail. As you get more consistent at this shot, start moving the cue ball farther away from the object ball. In the next few patterns, we're going to shoot the balls out in order. We're going to start with 3 balls, then 4, then eventually work our way up to 10 ball patterns. And we're still just using center, center low, and center high. I want you to see how every shot relies on the sliding cue ball line and the rolling cue ball. In this first layout, we have ball in hand and we're going to run the balls out in order. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run the pattern. Try to find the pattern that will be easy to repeat over and over again. So right away I know that if the cue ball ends up here in the 2, I can use the sliding cue ball line to get on the 3. So if I can end up anywhere in this area, I'm going to have the correct angle to easily get on the 3 ball. And as we learned earlier, you wouldn't want to try and roll the cue ball to this area since your speed would have to be right on. Instead, we're going to use high action to have the cue ball come off the side rail. This way the cue ball is on the correct angle once it leaves the rail. So once we're here, it's just a matter of making sure the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 2 ball, and I'll get my position. Here is the 4 ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the easiest way to run the pattern. The key shot here is getting the proper angle on the 2 ball from the 1. Before I shoot the 1 ball, I need to see what angle I need on the 2 to get on the 3 ball. If the cue ball ends up near the end rail, all I have to do is roll the 2 ball in, and I'm going to have a nice angle in the 3 to roll it in and get my position on the 4. So now we have to figure out the best way to get to this position area from the 1 ball. Whenever you have to go from one end of the table to the other, as in this case with the 1 to the 2 ball, always study the sliding cue ball line for the first ball. And in this case, if I shoot the 1 in this corner, the sliding cue ball line goes toward the corner pocket. So now I know I can strike the cue ball a little above center, and that's going to be enough roll to force the cue ball to the side rail and down to our position area for the 2. And when you place the cue ball for position on the 1, you'll want to give yourself an angle like this, where the cue ball is just above the 1 ball line. The other option for coming down to this end rail from the 1 ball is to shoot the 1 in this corner. But shooting it this way, there's the danger of scratching in the corner or ending up on the side rail like I did here. Now when I shoot the 2, I have a steep angle on the 3. And the other danger is under hitting the shot and ending up here on the 2 ball. And remember, you have to make the balls in the pockets you chose before the run. Now when we shoot the 2 ball, if we can end up in this area, we're going to have a good angle in the 3 to get on the 4 ball. So your goal when you shoot the 2 ball is to try and get to the middle of this position area. That way if you strike the cue ball a little bit too easy or too hard, you may still end up in the position area. And when we shoot the 1 ball, our goal is to get below the 2 ball line on this end rail. If we end up above the 2 ball line, then we can no longer roll the ball. For example, I rolled the ball in and ended up just outside our position area. If you end up above the 2 ball line, you're going to have to use more of a sliding cue ball. Here, instead of rolling the ball, I'm going to use more of a sliding cue ball to end up in my position area. Here, I don't have the ideal angle to get on the 4. I'm just right below the 3 ball pocket line. Now I have 2 options for getting on the 4. The first one is to use high action and force the cue ball to the side rail for position on the 4. And the second option is to use a stun follow shot, striking the cue ball firmly. Here we can see the sliding cue ball line of the 3 ball. So now I know if I can strike the cue ball firmly, hitting the cue ball above center, that's going to be enough roll to force the cue ball to the other side of the 4 ball. So the key shot here is getting near the end rail from the 1 ball. Your goal is to end up below the 2 ball line. Set the shot up and practice trying to land in this area from the 1 ball. Once you get comfortable with this shot, you should be able to execute it properly almost every time. But it's going to be a shot you'll definitely have to hit a few hundred times. Here is the 5 ball pattern. This is the type of pattern that many players struggle with, even good players. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out the pattern. The key shot is getting the proper angle on the 2 to get position on the 3 ball. So before I shoot the 1 ball, I need to figure out how to get position on the 3 ball, which can only go in this pocket. So if I ended up in this area here, I would have a nice shot on the 3 ball. But if we look at the 4 ball, even though it's close to the pocket, we still have to be concerned about getting the proper angle on it. If the 5 ball were close to the 4 ball, then it wouldn't matter as much. But since the 5 ball is at the other end of the table, I need to find the angle that takes the least amount of effort to get position on the 5 ball. If I ended up near this end rail, it wouldn't take much effort just to roll the 4 ball in, and position on the 5 would be automatic. Let's say we play position for the 3 ball here, and we make the 3 playing shape for the 4 ball in this area. Now if I just cut the 4 ball in, my cue ball will travel back to this end of the table. And playing the pattern this way will work, but if I miss-hit the 4 even a tiny bit, I could scratch in the corner. So my ideal angle in the 4 ball would be near this end rail. So if we go back to the 3 ball position, now if I ended up here, this wouldn't be the ideal angle to get my position on the 4 ball. I would like an angle in the 3 where all I have to do is roll it in and I'll get to my position area for the 4 ball. If the cue ball were here, this would be the ideal angle to be able to roll the 3 in and get to my position area for the 4 ball. So when a strong player steps up to a pattern like this, he automatically knows that the key shot is getting the proper angle in the 3 ball. So they are thinking all the way to the 5 ball before they even shoot the 1 ball. Now that we know where we need to end up for the 3 ball, we have to figure out where we need to be in the 2 ball. Well, if I were here in the 2 ball, I could just roll it in and get to my position area for the 3 ball. So my ideal angle is somewhere near the 2 ball line. Now we have to figure out the best way to get to this area from the 1 ball. Many players would attempt this type of shot where they come off the side rail and try to roll into the position area. But shooting the shot this way requires perfect speed control. Now if we put the cue ball here, we can use high action and force the cue ball to the other side rail. The advantages of playing it this way is that you can give yourself a target on the other side rail to aim at. And once your cue ball hits the rail, you'll be traveling within the position area. And my goal is to get near the 2-ball line. Once I'm here, it's just a matter of rolling in the 2-ball to get my shape on the 3. If I end up too far above the 2-ball line, then I can no longer roll the ball in and get position. You can see here that if I roll the ball in, my cue ball comes close to the side pocket. So now I'm going to be using the sliding cue ball line. And if the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the 2-ball, it's going to go directly into the side pocket. If the cue ball has a little bit of roll in it by the time it gets to the 2-ball, the cue ball should take this path off the rail, which will lead to my position area. So my goal when I shoot the 3-ball is to end up near the other end rail. And as we learned earlier, when an object ball is near a rail, the more angle you have on it, the more the cue ball will come off the rail at a 90-degree angle. So if I hit this correctly, my cue ball should come straight back to the other end rail. My goal is to end up below the 4-ball line. If I can end up below the 4-ball line, all I have to do is roll it in and the cue ball will naturally head toward this end of the table for shape on the 5-ball. If I end up too close to the 4-ball line or above the 4-ball line, then I can no longer roll the ball in. So I'm going to have to use a sliding cue ball. And we can see that the sliding cue ball angle takes me in this direction, which will give me the position on the 5-ball. This pattern emphasizes how important it is to be aware of your angles, especially when you have a ball near a pocket, like the 4-ball in this pattern. So practice this layout until you can run it out a few times. If you struggle at any of these shots, sticker them up and shoot them over and over again. In this situation, I'm playing 9-ball and I need to play a position for my next ball at the other end of the table. The problem is that there are several obstacle balls in the way blocking my path. If the cue ball isn't that far away from the object ball, you should be able to pocket the ball and hop over the obstacle balls. And we can do this with an elevated cue and striking down at the cue ball a little below center. Here's another situation where I have to jump over obstacle balls. I'm shooting the 4-ball and I have to get position on the 6-ball, but there are balls blocking my path. So to perform this shot, I'm going to elevate my cue about 45 degrees and aim just below center on the cue ball. The key is a slow and controlled backstroke and accelerating through the cue ball. And after you practice this shot for a while, it will start to become much easier. The trick is to make sure your backstroke is slow and that you complete it all the way. And when people jump balls, they tend to rush their shot and shorten their backstroke, which leads to inconsistency in their jumps. Also, take your time when you are aiming. Spend as much time aiming on this shot as you would on any other shot. And once you get good at this shot, you can even add a touch of spin to the shot to help you get to your position area. This shot does pop up every once in a while, so it's a good idea to have it in your bag of tricks. Here's another shot that comes up every once in a while, but it takes a little bit of practice to perfect. I'm playing 8-ball and I ended up straight in on the 1-ball. And this is the type of shot that works best when the cue ball and object ball are close together and the cue ball is near the rail. By striking the cue ball with center left with an elevated cue, the cue ball hops when it strikes the object ball and the left spin now pulls the cue ball toward the other end rail. In this layout, I'm straight in on the 4-ball, but my next ball, the 6-ball, is down at this end of the table, so position on it will be very difficult. This is another circumstance where you may want to try this shot, especially since the cue ball is near the rail. And when you shoot these shots, concentrate on a slow backstroke and make sure you complete your backstroke all the way. In this situation, I'm playing 8-ball and I'm on my last 2 solids, and I need to get to this area for shape on the 6. The problem is that I have a bad angle on the 5-ball to get to this area. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot the shot, then I'll tell you how I did it. Okay, in this shot, I'm going to use a lot of center left. And since the cue ball will be striking a rail immediately after hitting the 5-ball, the left spin stays on the cue ball. So when it strikes this rail over here, the left spin moves the cue ball to the left and down to our position area. And this is how players perform shots like this one. I'm playing 8-ball and I'm on my last ball, but I'm on the wrong side of the ball. But if I load the cue ball up with left spin, when the cue ball strikes this end rail, it's still going to have left spin on it, which is going to move it back to this side rail and then down to the end rail for shaping the 8-ball. So now I'm going to show you a technique for killing the cue ball when you're cutting a ball in. And not just normal cuts, but extreme cut shots. For example, I'm playing 8-ball and I'm on my last ball, but the 8-ball only goes in the lower left hand corner pocket. So that means I'm going to have to cut the 5-ball in and kill the cue ball for shaping the 8-ball. And if I were to just roll the ball in with a soft speed, we can see that the cue ball really takes off. So when I shoot this shot, I need to choke up on my cue and grip it a little bit tighter than normal. I'm also going to shoot it with draw along with right spin. And the draw keeps the cue ball from rolling away, and the right hand spin helps kill the cue ball once the cue ball hits the rail. And as we learned earlier, reverse spin will slow down a cue ball after it strikes a rail. My backstroke is short, but I concentrate on good acceleration through the cue ball. And now you can see that I was able to hold it for the 8-ball. In this example, I'm shooting the 11-ball and I need to hold the cue ball for the 8-ball. And when players try to slow roll this ball, they usually end up going too far and not getting their position on the 8-ball. We'll be slow rolling this ball, but we're going to be using low right. I'll use a short backstroke with acceleration through the cue ball. I'm also going to be gripping the cue stick tighter than normal. When you practice this shot, put the object ball around here equal distance from both rails. Now put the cue ball on the same line as the object ball. Your goal is to stop the cue ball in this area. You're going to be shooting this shot with pocket speed, but you still need to get your right spin on the cue ball. If you struggle with this shot, move the cue ball closer and lessen the angle on the object ball. Keep practicing until you can work your way up to this type of angle. This type of shot comes up quite often, so spend some time and make sure you're comfortable executing the shot. Okay, now I'm going to show you another way to kill the cue ball. In this situation, I'm playing 8-ball and I'm shooting my last ball, which is the 14-ball. The problem is that I need to kill the cue ball so I can shoot the 8-ball in the lower left corner pocket. So for me to kill the cue ball at this angle, I need to shoot the 14 toward this spot on the rail here. This allows me to hit more of the 14 ball, which will help kill the cue ball. Next, I'm going to use left spin on the cue ball, which will throw the 14 ball to the right of the shooting line toward the pocket. And you'll often see players perform this type of shot in situations like this, where I need to hold the cue ball for the 8 in the top right corner pocket. I'll be aiming the 7 toward this spot on the rail, and I'll be using left spin with a soft stroke. Now this time the ball I'll be shooting is on the other rail. So in this situation I'll be shooting this cue ball with low right or center right. And now we see I was able to hold the cue ball. Learning how to kill the cue ball is a skill you have to master if you want to reach a high level in pool. Part of being a strong player is knowing all the shots and being able to execute these shots during a game. And I always tell students that winning and losing at this stage in their development doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is good fundamentals and monitoring their game for any weaknesses. Some players get so emotionally invested in winning and losing that they can no longer be objective about their game. They're no longer monitoring their game for any problems that may pop up, and sometimes when they do win, they'll win at the expense of good fundamentals. And these are the type of players that like to talk about their wins, but when they lose they take it pretty hard, and some even talk about selling their pool cue and quitting pool. These are players that are living in the moment instead of building their game for the future. Once they can realize that they're not going to be a strong player overnight, they can start to be more objective about their game and start building a game plan for the future, which means removing the ego and emotion and monitoring their game much like a pool coach would. Here is the 6-ball pattern. Study the layout and figure out the best way to run out. This is another pattern that relies heavily on proper angles. The key shot here is getting from the 4 to the 5. Work backwards from the 4-ball to figure out the pattern. Okay, before I shoot the 1-ball, I need to look at my problem area, which is the 5-ball. I'm going to have to shoot the 5 in this pocket, so that means I'll have to end up in this area for a position. And if we look at the 4 ball, the sliding cue ball line heads to our position area. So if I can play shape for the 4 ball below the 4 ball pocket line, I should be able to slide the cue ball to this area. So now I have to figure out how to get below the 4 ball pocket line from the 3 ball. Similar to the last pattern, if I can end up with an angle like this on the 3 ball, all I would have to do is roll it in and I could come off this end rail for a position. So this is my ideal angle for the 3 ball to get on the 4 ball. Now I have to figure out how to get to this area from the 2 ball. Now some players, when they shoot the 1 ball, they would draw it back and shoot the 2 in the same corner. Then they would have to force the cue ball to the end rail and back up, and while this may work, it's not the natural way to play position, and you may run into the 4 ball. This time I'm going to put the cue ball here and just roll the 1 ball in the pocket. My goal is to come off the other rail and end up near the 2 ball line. If I can end up near the 2 ball line, I can just roll the 2 in and my cue ball will head to my position area, and it won't take that much effort. If I end up above the 2 ball line, then I can no longer roll the 2 ball in, since it's going to head to the side pocket. But I can now use the sliding cue ball line. Since the sliding cue ball will head in this direction, I'm going to use a stun follow shot to shorten the angle and end up in my position area. Now when you have a shot like this, you always want to hit a target on the final rail. For instance, my target is the 3rd diamond. If I can come close to hitting that 3rd diamond, I should have my angle in the 3. And one thing you don't want to do, if you can avoid it, is to play position into an open area. For instance, here I'm trying to stop the cue ball in this position area, but I've overhit the shot and now I don't have a natural angle to get back for the 4 ball. Okay, so we're here in the 3 ball, and when I shoot this shot, my goal is to end up below the 4 ball line. And just like the previous shot, you don't want to play pinpoint position by rolling into an open area, as in this case where I ended up short of my position. If I can shoot the 3 ball and come off this bottom end rail, my position area is very large. Even if I underhit the shot, as in this case, I still have the angle that would take me over to the 5 ball. Okay, so we've ended up here in the 4 and the sliding cue ball line heads in this direction. So I'll need to put a little draw on the cue ball so I can hit the rail somewhere around here, giving me a shot on the 5 ball. In this shot, my goal is to end up anywhere in this area. This is a difficult shot to play perfectly, but I do have a little room for error. If I shoot the shot and end up below the 5 ball pocket line, I can follow the cue ball to the other side rail and back out. Or I can use the sliding cue ball line to end up here. If I end up even farther below the 5 ball pocket line, I can use low action to kill the cue ball. If I end up straight in, most good players wouldn't try to stop the cue ball and shoot the 6, since they are very close to each other. If you mishit it even a little bit, you may end up funny on the 6 ball. Usually what they'll do is they'll draw the cue ball back to the side rail and back out. If I end up here on the 5, my cue ball is going to go into the 6 ball. So when I shoot the 5 ball, the 6 may come off the end rail and back up, leaving me a tough shot. So when I shoot the 5 ball, I want to shoot as softly as possible to keep the 6 ball near the pocket. And this is a tough layout, and it may take you a few tries before you can run it out successfully. Sticker up any shot that is giving you trouble. And by now you should be getting a good understanding of how angles move the cue ball around the table. The goal of any pattern is to play a position on object balls where all you have to do is roll the ball in, and your cue ball will head in the proper direction. And when you can't roll the ball in for position, then you have to be good at seeing the sliding cue ball line and knowing how to use that line as a reference point for moving the cue ball off the object ball. Here's the 7 ball pattern. There are a couple different ways to run this pattern, but I want you to find the run out where every shot is a rolling cue ball. The key shot here is getting from the 3 to the 4. Okay, so before I shoot the 1 ball, I need to examine my one problem ball, which is the 4 ball. I'll be making it in this corner since the 7 is blocking the other pocket. If I can shoot the 4 and end up in this area for the 5 ball, all I'll have to do is roll the 5 in and the cue ball will naturally roll to this area for the 6 ball. So to get to this area from the 4 ball, I'm going to want an angle like this, where all I have to do is roll the 4 in and my cue ball will naturally head toward this area. But now I need to figure out how to end up in this position area for the 4 ball. The easiest way would be if the cue ball were on the end rail below the 3 ball line. Then all I would have to do is roll the 3 in and my cue ball would head toward this area. So an angle like this on the 2 would be ideal. All I would have to do is roll the 2 in and I can head to my 3 ball position area. So when I shoot the 1 ball, I'm just going to cut it in and go off the other rail to get my angle on the 2 ball. Now at this angle, it's just a matter of rolling in the 2 ball and I should get my position on the 3 ball. And when we're shooting the 1 ball, we don't want to play position into an open area. It's much harder to control the speed. As we mentioned previously, when playing position off a rail, try to hit a target on the rail to play a position off of. For instance here, I need to strike the rail right around the first diamond. And it's important that you recognize when you can roll a ball in and when you'll have to use the sliding cue ball line. For instance here, if I roll the 2 ball in, the cue ball will be heading in this direction. Since I know I can't roll the ball in, now I have to use the sliding cue ball line. If the cue ball is sliding, it will head in this direction. So I'll shoot this shot with a little draw on the cue ball to bring it over to the side rail. I just have to make sure I end up below the 3 ball line. But I would prefer to be closer to the 3 ball. So this time I'm going to shoot the 2 with more of a stun follow shot. This will push the cue ball forward so I end up closer to the 3 ball. Now if we end up on the 3 ball line or above the 3 ball line, we can no longer roll the ball in. So now we're going to be using the sliding cue ball line. If the cue ball is sliding, it's going to be heading in this direction toward our position area. And once we're on the 4 ball, it's just a matter of rolling the ball in. The angle will do all the work for you, and moving the cue ball toward the position on the 5. The advantage of this is that you can focus entirely on pocketing the ball. Another advantage of this angle in the 4 is that we'll be shooting it with a soft stroke. So even if you miss hit the shot a little bit, as I did here, the pocket plays much bigger due to the soft speed of the shot. Okay, so now we're here on the 5 ball. A rolling cue ball will head naturally to this area here for the 6 ball. And it's important that you can recognize where the cue ball is going when it's rolling. Players who don't have a feel for the rolling cue ball may instead play position for the 6 in this corner, but it's not a natural position shot, since once the cue ball leaves the last rail, it still has a ways to go before you get to your position area, and your speed has to be more precise. But if we roll the 5 in, even if I hit it too easy, once it leaves that last rail, I'm still on the correct angle. And as long as I pocket the 6, I'll get my position on the 7. And once we're here in the 6 ball, we can just roll it in and get to the end rail. But in this example, I ended up with too much angle on the 6, and I know right away that a rolling cue ball will head toward the corner pocket. So I'm going to shoot the 6 ball with a little bit of draw to bring the cue ball over to the side rail and down for shape on the 7. This pattern is all about recognizing when you can roll a ball in and when you'll have to use the sliding cue ball line. For instance here, we can roll the 2 in and get our position on the 3. But now we're at a different angle, so we can no longer roll the ball in. We're going to have to use the sliding cue ball line. And the same for the 3 ball. Below the line we can just roll the ball in and get to our position area. But when we're on the line or above the line, we're going to have to use the sliding cue ball line. Here I've ended up with less angle on the 5 than what I wanted. So if I roll the ball in, I know the cue ball will head more toward the side pocket area. So to correct this, instead of aiming above center, I'm going to aim around center to help minimize the roll and change the angle of the cue ball coming off the first rail. So experiment with these shots by putting the cue ball in different spots. Practice rolling the balls in and keep track of where the cue ball goes. After a while, you'll know when you can roll the ball in and when you'll have to use the sliding cue ball line. So in the next section, we're going to move on to spinning the cue ball. But before you move on to using left and right spin, you need to become skilled at moving the cue ball around the table just using center, center low, and center high. If you can't control the cue ball using center, center low, and center high, you're never going to be able to control the cue ball using spin. You will always struggle with your position play. Take as much time as you need to practice center ball positioning. Start developing a feel for the sliding cue ball and the rolling cue ball. Also, you need to be visualizing the pocket line that runs through the object ball. Knowing what side of that line you need to be on for position is a skill that you need to develop. Once you start placing that cue ball on the correct side of that pocket line, moving the cue ball around the table will take a lot less effort, and you'll begin running more tables than 8 ball or 9 ball. And the more you practice shooting using center, center low, and center high, there are a few things you're going to start to notice. Number one, pocketing balls will become much easier. As stated earlier, when using spin, there are a few variables that you have to be aware of, such as the angle of the cue, how much spin you are using, the type of shaft, and the speed of the shot. When shooting center, center low, or center high, your cue ball will always stay on the path that it starts out on, which means it will take less effort to pocket balls. And the second thing you'll notice about practicing using center, center low, and center high is that many of the shots that you used to use spin on, you can now shoot without spin and still get to your position area. The third thing you'll notice is that you'll be more aware where the cue ball is going after it strikes the object ball. You'll begin to develop a feel for the rolling cue ball and the sliding cue ball. This is the part of the game that most people bypass when they first start learning the game, which is why most players struggle at position play. And the fourth thing you'll notice is that using less spin will simplify the game. The percentage of balls you pocket will increase and you'll have much better control over the cue ball. Now we're going to get into shooting shots with spin. And earlier we learned how spin changes the cue ball path. Depending on the angle of your cue stick, the cue ball may or may not return to the shooting line. Or it may return and then cross over the shooting line like a massé shot. For instance, in this game of 8-ball, I'm on the 8-ball but I'm hidden behind half a ball. So in this situation, I'm going to aim down this line here, just missing the blocker ball. But since my cue stick is elevated and I'm using spin, the cue ball crosses over the shooting line and pockets the 8-ball. But if we shoot the shot harder with the same elevation, there isn't time for the cue ball to cross the shooting line. So when you use spin on the cue ball, you have to be very aware of your speed and the elevation of your cue. So here are a few of the most commonly missed spin shots. For instance, in this shot, I'll be playing the 1 ball and trying to spin back for the 2 ball. But when many players are close to a ball like this, they elevate their cue stick more than necessary, which now makes the shot extremely difficult, since the cue ball path is directly tied to the speed of the shot. Too easy of a stroke and I overcut the shot. Too hard of a stroke and the cue ball never returns to the shooting line. Because of the added elevation of the cue, these shots have to be hit very precisely. This is one of the shots that would be beneficial for the player to shoot without spin, since the cue ball will stay on its path regardless of how hard or softly he strikes the shot. And anytime you're near the rail trying to use spin, the shot becomes much more difficult, simply because we have to angle our cue downward to prevent a miscue. Since the cue is now angled, the cue ball will veer off the shooting line and may or may not return depending on your speed. Whenever possible, try not to use spin when the cue ball is frozen to the rail or almost touching it. This will increase your chances of pocketing the ball. And earlier we learned how to aim combinations. This is another shot where you want to avoid using spin to increase your accuracy. As we'll soon learn, when you use spin on the cue ball, it throws the object ball slightly off its path. So you have to account for this when using spin. And this is what causes many players to miss combination shots. They're not accounting for how the spin affects not only the cue ball, but also the object ball. And here's another commonly missed spin shot. I'm trying to shoot this shot and go 2 or 3 rails to the other end of the table for the next ball. I'll be using low right to help spin the cue ball around the rails. Since I'll be using a bit of speed on this shot, I have to realize that the cue ball may not return to the shooting line, so I need to account for this when I aim the shot. If not, I may be shooting the ball directly into the rail. Here's a similar type shot, except in this example I'm going to be striking the 1 ball a lot softer for shaping the 2 for the side pocket. And players have to realize that when they shoot these types of shots softly, it's real easy to overcut the shot since the cue ball is curving back to the shooting line and may even cross it. And there's no aiming system on the planet that's going to help you out with spin shots. These are shots that you have to develop a feel for because of all the variables involved. That's why it's so important that you first learn how to control the cue ball without spin. This will allow you to know exactly what shots require spin and which don't. And when you come across a shot that you would normally spin in, like this shot, ask yourself if the added degree of difficulty is worth it. For instance, most players instinctively shoot this shot with low left, and bring the cue ball off the rail like this for shaping the 5 ball. But the difference when using center low without spin isn't much. They both end up in about the same location. Here's another shot that people instinctively use spin on to bring the cue ball back for their next shot. But these shots are missed quite frequently because if the player is nervous at all and they accidentally strike the cue ball too firmly, it changes where the cue ball strikes the object ball, and they usually end up shooting the ball into the side rail. Now we're going to try shooting this shot with center low. And if we accidentally strike the shot too easy or too firm, it won't matter. The cue ball will stay on the path it started out on. In this example, I'll be striking the 4 ball and coming off the side rail for position on the 5 ball. This is a common 9 ball shot that comes up quite often. This is another shot where players instinctively shoot it with spin. And in this case, they would be using low right. The problem is that they have to use the right amount of draw and right hand spin to hit the shot correctly. If they don't have enough draw, the cue ball hits lower on the side rail and they end up farther away from their next ball. Or if they accidentally strike the shot too firmly, they may end up hitting too much of the object ball, causing them to miss. Now here's the same shot using center low, and you can see we still got our position on the next ball, and we didn't have to use spin. But spin is a necessary part of the game. Learning when and how to use spin is vital to you becoming a strong player. And later I'm going to show you some exciting shots that you can only do with spin. When using spin on a shot, the spin has no effect on the cue ball after it leaves the object ball. For instance, in this shot, we can see that the sliding cue ball line goes in this direction toward the other end of the table. I'll strike the first shot without spin and a sliding cue ball, and we see that it travels along the intended path. Now I'll shoot the same shot again, but with left-hand spin. And once again, the cue ball travels along the intended path. Spin only affects the cue ball's path once the cue ball strikes a rail. So now let's examine how the spin affects the cue ball once the cue ball strikes a rail. In this first shot, I'm going to just roll the ball in without spin. And here is the path it takes. Now I'm going to shoot the shot at the same speed, except this time I'll be using left spin. And the cue ball hits the same spot on the first rail. But the left spin widens the angle, and I end up hitting this side rail much farther down. Okay, so now I'm going to show you an easy way to figure out what spin to use to move the cue ball around the table. And first, we're going to be discussing running English. So in this example, I'm playing 8 ball and I'm on my last ball. And I need to play position for the 8 ball at the other end of the table, which means the cue ball will be traveling in this direction for position. So the first thing I do is I look at the first rail the cue ball is going to strike after hitting the object ball, which in this case would be the end rail. And when people talk about running English, they're talking about a spin that works with the cue ball's natural path. And here's what I mean. In this shot, if I just roll this ball in, we see that the cue ball's natural path goes to the right after striking the rail. So right spin would be running English. And now I'll shoot the same shot again with right spin, and we see the cue ball's angle widen once it strikes the first rail, and its speed is also increased. So if we shot the same shot from this side, now if I roll the ball in, the cue ball's natural path heads to the left after striking the first rail. So left spin in this case would be running English. So if you want to figure out running English on each shot, always face the first rail the cue ball is going to strike. Then figure out which way the cue ball is going to head, left or right. In this shot, I'm shooting the 4 ball and I need to end up on the 5 ball at the other end of the table. So I'll need to travel 2 to 3 rails to get to my position area. And I can tell by facing the first rail the cue ball is going to hit that the cue ball will naturally go right off this rail after pocketing the ball. So if I use right spin, then the cue ball's path will widen and speed up after striking the first rail. In this example, I want the cue ball to go around the table for position on the 8 ball. And I know that by looking at the shot, the cue ball will naturally go to the right after striking the object ball. So in this case, I would use right spin to aid the cue ball in getting around the table. So when determining what spin to use, just look at the shot and figure out which direction the cue ball will travel after striking the first rail. So in this shot, if I face the first rail the cue ball will strike, I can see that it will naturally travel to the left after striking the rail. So my running English in this shot would be left spin. In this example, I'm going to pocket my last ball and spin down to the end rail for position on the 8 ball. And I know that by looking at the shot, the cue ball will naturally go to the right after striking the first rail. Since the cue ball is going to go to the right after striking the first rail, then right spin would be running English. That means I can shoot this shot very softly with right spin, and the cue ball is going to travel down to this end rail for position on the 8 ball, and it's not going to take that much of an effort. Now I'm going to shoot the same shot at the same speed, but this time I'm going to use left spin. And you can see that the left spin had an immediate effect on the cue ball, not only slowing it down but also changing its angle. This is referred to as reverse English, or reverse spin. This is how strong players kill the cue ball when they don't want it to run away. For instance, here I have an angle on my last stripe, but I need to hold the cue ball for the 8 ball. So I'm going to shoot 3 shots, and I'm going to shoot them all at the same speed. The first shot I'm going to shoot with a soft rolling cue ball. And we can see that I ended up here. The next shot I'm going to shoot with center left. And since left spin would be running English in this case, since the cue ball naturally wants to go left after striking the rail, the cue ball will have extra speed on it and move away from our position area. Finally, I'm going to shoot this shot with reverse spin, which in this case would be right hand spin. And now we can see that the cue ball hit the brakes after striking the rail. So to determine running and reverse English, first look at the shot, then face the first rail the cue ball will strike. So in this shot, I would walk over here and face the rail. Now I know the cue ball will naturally go right after striking the rail. So right spin would be running English. If I wanted to kill the cue ball, I can use left spin. And facing the rail like this works on all spin shots when you're striking a rail. For instance, in this shot, the cue ball is heading straight to the end rail after pocketing the object ball. And let's say I want the cue ball to end up here for shaping the 8 ball. Well, the first thing I do is I face the first rail the cue ball is going to strike, which in this case is the end rail. Now I simply ask myself, which direction do I want the cue ball to go after it strikes the rail, left or right? Well, I need the cue ball to go left for my position area, so in this shot I'm going to use left spin. Now I have the same shot, but my position area is over here for the 8 ball. So once again, I look at the end rail and I ask myself, do I want the cue ball to go left or right? So in this case, I need the cue ball to go right for my position on the 8, so I'm going to use right spin. Here are a couple quick tips on breaking. If you watch most of the top players, when they break the balls, their backstroke is always slow and controlled. Once they complete the backstroke, they can now generate a tremendous amount of power along with accuracy. And when some amateurs break, they tend to lose accuracy and power because they rush their stroke and they don't end up completing their backstroke. For instance, here, I'm bringing my backstroke all the way to its limit, and now I have a controlled break stroke and my accuracy is very high. But this time I'm going to rush the shot, and we can see that by rushing the shot, my backstroke is very quick and abbreviated. It never reaches its full limit, so we now have to muscle the shot, which usually causes the cue ball to go off the shooting line. If you have trouble controlling the cue ball on the break, there's a few things you can try. First, try taking away some of the power. Once you do that, your accuracy should increase. As you start gaining control of the cue ball, gradually increase the power. Secondly, focus on striking the first ball full. Anything less than a full ball hit will result in less power being transferred to the rack and loss of cue ball control. Finally, concentrate on a slow, controlled backstroke. Make sure you complete the backstroke all the way before beginning the forward stroke. And this will allow you to generate maximum power through your stroke. Also, many players elevate their cues more than necessary when they break to make the cue ball pop up in the air when it hits the rack. When top players break, they're trying to go through the cue ball as level as possible to generate the most power. Because of the rail, their cue will naturally have a slight elevation, but not much. The cue ball pops up in the air because of the power in striking the one ball full. In this do or die layout, I left myself here on the 8 ball. The stripes are preventing me from banking the 8 in either of the corner or side pockets. Study the layout and see if you can figure out where I pocket the 8 ball. Okay, in this shot I'm going to cut the 8 into the corner pocket, and I'll be using a masse type shot with right spin. Okay, so I'm going to set up some easier versions of this shot so you can see what I'm doing. In these examples, my cue ball is above the object ball line. And when your cue ball is above this line, you don't need to elevate your cue. You can use your normal stroke. And your goal is to strike the rail right before the object ball with spin. And once the cue ball hits the rail, the right spin strikes the object ball, sending it to the corner pocket. And if you ever get confused as to what spin to use, it's fairly easy to figure out. Just look at the shot and determine which way the object ball needs to travel to head toward the pocket. So in this case, it needs to go right toward the pocket, so I'm going to use right spin. In this example, the object ball needs to go left, so I'm going to be using left spin. Now, if the cue ball is below the object ball line, as in these examples, then you're going to need to elevate your cue. And as we learned earlier, when your cue is elevated and you're using spin, the cue ball will veer off the shooting line, but if the speed is correct, it will return to the line. So in these shots, I'm using the proper amount of speed to have the cue ball veer off the shooting line and then start to return back to it. And if I time it out right, the cue ball will strike the rail right before the object ball, and the spin will send the ball toward the corner pocket. And because the cue ball is going to veer way off to the left of the shooting line, when I'm aiming these shots, I'm aiming to hit the left side of the object ball. So I'm aiming about half ball to the right of where I need to strike the rail at. And this shot will even work from this distance, but the difficulty level is much higher. But this definitely is a shot you need to have in your bag of tricks. It does come up every once in a while, so it's important that you practice it and try to get a feel for it. Here's a safety shot you'll sometimes see a Filipino player make. I'm playing 9-ball and I'm on the 1-ball. If I can somehow put the 1 here and lock up the cue ball behind the 4, I should be able to get ball in hand. Study this position and see if you can figure out how to make this happen. Okay, in this shot I'm going to aim at the rail directly across from the 1-ball, and I'm going to use left spin. When the cue ball hits the rail with the left spin, it slides across the rail toward the 4-ball. Here's a closer view of this type of shot. And this shot works best when the object ball is less than a ball away from the rail. So when I get down on the shot, I'm going to aim the cue ball at the rail directly across from the 1-ball. And I'll be using left spin since I want the cue ball to go left after striking the rail. This is the type of shot you'll have to set up and practice. But once you have it down, it's just one more weapon in your arsenal. Okay, so now I'm going to show you an advanced technique for cutting in balls super thin. And this is a technique that is only for more advanced players. Okay, let's say we end up with this shot on the 8-ball, and there really isn't a good safety, so I have to try an offensive shot. And even though this isn't the type of shot a player would normally cut in, since it's a backward cut, I'm still going to try and cut it in. And I'll be using a stroking technique that I'll show you in a moment. And once you learn this technique and practice it, cut shots like this won't seem quite as difficult. Okay, so I'm going to set up some easy cut shots to show you what I'm doing, and then we'll move on to more difficult shots. So in this shot, I'll be aiming center low, and I'll be aiming the ball toward this spot on the rail. So I'm actually aiming to miss the pocket. And if I were to shoot this shot, we can see it heads directly to where I was aiming. Okay, so I'll set this shot up again, and once again I'm going to aim with center low toward this spot on the rail. But as I come through with my forward stroke, I'll be striking the cue ball with low left. And as the cue ball strikes the object ball, the left spin on the cue ball throws the object ball toward the pocket. And the reason we aim with center low is that it's much easier to line up the shot without having to aim with spin. Aiming with center low allows us to really be precise in our aiming. So in this layout, my opponent left me with this shot on the 8-ball. And when I get down on this shot, I'll be aiming to strike the 8-ball thin toward this area near the pocket. And I'll be aiming with low center. Now, when I strike the cue ball, I'll be striking it with low right. And in this shot, we have a backward cut on the 8-ball for the side pocket. So I'll be aiming the 8-ball to strike the rail right around here. And the key to these cut shots is hitting the shot at the proper speed. And if you strike too firmly, the cue ball never comes back to the aiming line. And if you strike the shot too easy, you may hit the object ball too thin. It takes a little bit of practice to get the speed down depending on the shot. The key to the shot is lining up the shot with center low to just miss the pocket. Now as you strike the cue ball with spin, your whole focus will be on your speed control. Remember, you want to strike the cue ball just hard enough so it curves back to the aiming line. Now when you're ready to learn more about the game, go to our website www.0x-billiards.com. The 0x training videos have been one of the top selling instructional videos every year since their release. This exciting video series covers everything from 8-ball strategy to 9-ball strategy, fundamentals, kicking, banking, and a whole lot more. 6 hours of training available on DVD or as instant downloads. And receive our ball pocketing ebook free with every order. Here's a spin shot that sometimes confuses players. I'm playing 9-ball and I'm straight in on the 1-ball, and my 2-ball is at the other end of the table. So I need to draw the cue ball straight back and spin it down table for shape on the 2-ball. So to figure out what spin I'll be using, I'm going to stand on this side of the table and face the first rail the cue ball will strike. Since I want the cue ball to go right when it hits this rail, then right spin is what I need to put on the cue ball. So I'll be shooting this shot with low right. Here's another example of a shot that sometimes confuses people. I'm on the 2-ball and I need to get here for the 3-ball. And the only path to this area is the 3-rail spin shot. So once again, I walk over to this side of the table and I face the first rail the cue ball will strike. Since I want it to go right after striking the rail, then I'm going to use right spin. And I also need to pull the cue ball back to this rail, so I'm also going to be using draw. And now we see the spin moving the cue ball to this area for shape on the 3-ball. So when using spin, it's important to remember how the cue ball will be affected after striking the first rail. Running English will speed up the shot and widen the angle, while reverse English will slow down the shot. And this is why you need to develop a feel for spin. For instance, in this shot, I'm shooting the 10-ball and I need to play a position for the 11-ball in the side pocket. And in this shot, it's important that I end up right below the 11-ball pocket line. That way I'll have an angle to shoot it in and get my position for the 8-ball. And when many players shoot this shot, they shoot it with low left and just try to barely come off the side rail for their position. But if it's not struck perfectly, the extra speed from the spin will take the cue ball too far once it hits the rail. Now I'm going to shoot the same shot using center low. Both shots require good speed control, but the difference is that the cue ball will begin to die immediately after striking the rail, since it has no spin. It's very easy to overrun your shots when using spin because of the extra speed off the rail with running English. These shots are purely feel shots and require many hours of practice to perfect. So before I show you some cool shots using spin, I'm going to show you what happens when the cue ball strikes a ball with spin. In this shot, I'm on the 8-ball, but I can't see enough of it to cut it in the corner because of the 10-ball. But if I shoot straight at the 8-ball with left-hand spin, I'm now able to pocket the ball. When the cue ball strikes the 8-ball, the left spin throws the 8-ball to the right of the shooting line. So in this example, both the cue ball and 8-ball are lined up toward this spot on the rail. If we shoot straight at the 8-ball with left spin, it throws the 8-ball to the right toward the pocket. And in this example, both balls are lined up here to the right of the pocket. So I'll shoot straight at the 8-ball with right spin, which will throw the 8-ball to the left. Here is a similar shot. I'm shooting the 8-ball, but I can't see enough of it to pocket it. Just enough to shoot it toward this spot on the rail next to the side pocket. Since I need the 8-ball to go right off the shooting line, that means I need to shoot the cue ball with left spin. So when the cue ball strikes the 8-ball, the left spin throws the 8-ball to the right toward the side pocket. And earlier, we learned how to kill balls along the rail using spin. For instance, in this situation, I need to pocket the 5-ball and hold the cue ball for the 8-ball. So in this shot, I'm going to aim to hit the 5-ball a little more full than I normally would. So in essence, I'm aiming the 5-ball to strike the rail right before the pocket. And by striking the object ball fuller, the cue ball won't have as much energy after the two balls separate. So in order for me to pocket the 5-ball, I'll need to strike the cue ball with right spin. So when the cue ball strikes the 5-ball, the 5 is pushed to the left off the line toward the pocket. So I not only pocketed the ball, but I was able to hold the cue ball for the 8 ball. Throwing the object ball with spin comes in handy when you need to stop the cue ball, but you're at an angle on the object ball. For instance, in this game of 8 ball, I'm on my last ball and I need to hold the cue ball where the 3 ball is now, so I can pocket the 8 ball in the lower right corner pocket. The problem is that I'm at an angle on the 3, so the cue ball will be moving toward the 8 ball after I pocket the 3, and I may run into trouble. So in this case, I'm going to aim directly at the 3 ball, but use low left. So I'm still able to stop the cue ball, and the 3 ball gets thrown to the right into the pocket. Here's a similar situation where I need to kill the cue ball right where the 3 ball is now. But I'm at an angle on the 3, so my cue ball will be running into the 8 ball after pocketing the 3 ball. So once again, I'm going to aim to strike the 3 ball full, but I'll be using low right. And as you can see, I was able to kill the cue ball and the right spin through the object ball into the pocket. A good drill to practice this shot is to place an object ball right around here on a sticker, then place the cue ball right next to it, on a direct line to the side rail right above the corner pocket. The object is to try and minimize any cue ball movement but still pocket the ball. So in this shot, I'm aiming a little below center with left spin. The left spin should throw the object ball to the right toward the pocket. And this is another type of shot that strong players really excel at. Now in this shot, it's a bit more difficult. I'm on the 8, but I can't see enough of it to spin it in the pocket. But I'm still going to be able to pocket the ball, and I'm going to show you how I do that. As we learned earlier, when we are using spin and our cue is elevated, the cue ball moves away from the shooting line and may return to it or even cross it depending on the speed. For instance, I'll shoot this shot with right spin and an elevated cue, but I shoot too softly and the cue ball crosses the line by quite a bit. This time I stroked the shot a bit too firm and the cue ball never returned to the shooting line, so I missed the shot. This time I used the proper amount of speed and the cue ball crosses the line just as it gets to the 8 ball. Here's another example where I'm partially blocked from pocketing the 8 ball. So I'm going to elevate my cue and use left spin, and I was able to pocket the ball. So in this situation, the 10 ball is blocking my path to the 8 ball, since I need to strike the 8 ball here to pocket it in the corner. So I'm going to aim the cue ball just to the right of the 10 ball. This is now my shooting line. But if my cue is elevated and I use left spin, the cue ball will get thrown to the right of the line. But if my speed is correct, the cue ball will return, then cross the shooting line, allowing me to pocket the 8 ball. And this is how players perform the masse shot. They first determine how much of the blocker ball is on the shooting line. For instance, in this shot, if I aim to just miss the blocker ball, the shooting line goes here. But if the blocker ball were here instead, now my shooting line is way over here. So in this case, I probably wouldn't try the masse shot. So since my shooting line is fairly close to my object ball, this now becomes a little more makeable of a shot. And I'm going to shoot this with left hand spin and an elevated cue. About the same elevation that I would use for a normal jump shot. My main focus is striking the cue ball at the proper speed. Too hard or too easy of a stroke and I'll miss the 8 ball. Remember, the cue ball has to return and then cross the shooting line by the time it gets to the 8 ball. Here's another masse shot, and we see that the shooting line goes here, which isn't that far from the object ball. So this is definitely a shot that we can pocket. And I'll make sure I have good elevation on my cue stick and concentrate on striking the cue ball on the right side with the correct speed. And these are definitely shots you'll have to practice. And a good drill to start with is to place a piece of chalk on the middle diamond of the end rail. Then place a ball on the spot. Place your cue in a direct line from the ball to the chalk on the end rail. Place a ball alongside the cue about a diamond away from the ball. Now practice trying to masse the ball around the blocker ball and hit your spot on the end rail where the chalk is. You'll soon discover that if you shoot the masse shot too easy, it's going to go too far to the left of the chalk. And if you strike the masse shot too firmly, it's going to go to the right of the chalk. Keep practicing until you can consistently hit this area by the chalk. These types of masse shots come up all the time, so definitely put the time in and develop a feel for the speed of the shot. And using spin on the cue ball to throw the object ball even works when both balls are frozen to each other. For instance, in this game of 8 ball, I accidentally left myself here with the cue ball frozen to the 8. And both balls are lined up to this point on the end rail. Since I want the 8-ball to go left of this line, I'm going to shoot with center right, and that's going to throw the 8-ball toward the corner pocket. Here's another example of being frozen to the 8-ball. Both balls are lined up here toward the side rail. Since I want the 8-ball to go left of this line toward the side pocket, I'm going to shoot with center right. Now I'm going to show you some shots that use maximum spin. And when I talk about maximum spin, I'm talking about the tip being way out here near the edge of the cue ball. And there are certain shots that you can only execute successfully with maximum spin. For instance, in this situation, I need to pocket the 5-ball and move around the 8-ball for position on my last solid. If I bump the 8-ball, I may tie it up with a stripe. And that's exactly what happened when I used high left or center left. Now I'm going to shoot this shot with maximum left, and I'm able to move around the 8-ball. Maximum spin allows the cue ball to move around in tight areas, since it really widens the angle coming off rails. For instance, in this game of 8-ball, I'm on my last ball, but the 8-ball is surrounded by the stripes on the side rail. My position window is very small, so I need to pocket the 2-ball and have the cue ball travel to this area. And when I shoot this shot with center left, I end up in trouble. And the same thing happens when I shoot with high left. But using maximum left, watch how the angle widens once the cue ball strikes the end rail, and now I end up in my position area. Here's a great example of how maximum spin widens the angle. I'm going to shoot the 9-ball and end up here for a position on the 8-ball, and it's going to take very little effort to move the cue ball to this area. And you can see how the cue ball's angle widens once it strikes the end rail. Here's a typical example of when a strong player would use maximum spin. I need to pocket the 2-ball and end up here for the 8-ball. High right and center right won't be enough to get me to my position area. But using maximum right, I can really widen the angle coming off the side rail to get my shape on the 8. In this final example, I need to pocket the 10-ball and hold the cue ball for shape on the 8. Since I have quite a bit of an angle on the 10, even if I shoot softly, the cue ball runs away. This time I'm going to shoot the shot again, but this time I'm going to increase the angle on the 10, making the shot more difficult. But this time I'm going to shoot the shot with maximum left, and I'm able to hold position for the 8-ball. Shooting with maximum spin takes a great deal of practice. Shooting with this much spin really pushes the cue ball off the shooting line, so you have to learn how to make that adjustment when aiming your shot. And when you first try using maximum spin, you may miss the pocket by quite a bit. But sticker up the shot and keep shooting it until you can develop a feel for how much of an adjustment you need to make. Now we'll go through some ball pocketing drills that will really help you be more consistent when shooting with spin. So place an object ball here across from the first diamond on the side rail and end rail. And just like before, I'm going to place 2 balls by the corner to help shrink the pocket. Next, we'll line up 5 balls from the spot and remove the first 2. Now I'll sticker up the bottom 3. These will be the cue ball locations. So we'll be shooting the first shot with high right. And just like the center ball drills, we're going to mark the path for each shot until we find a consistent line. And once we have our target, we're going to try and hit it 5 times. And pay close attention to striking the cue ball with the same amount of spin every shot. When you first start doing these drills, start by using just a little bit of spin, then gradually add more spin as you start improving. Okay, the next shot will be center right, and for this shot we're going to find our sliding cue ball line, which goes here, toward this area by the 3rd diamond. So now when I strike the object ball, the cue ball should head toward this spot on the rail. Shoot this shot a few times until you find your target. Concentrate on making sure the cue ball is sliding when it strikes the object ball. If the cue ball is rolling at all, you're going to hit lower on the side rail and miss your target. Now in this shot, I hit the ball toward the left side of the pocket, which changed my cue ball path. This is why it's important to keep track of what part of the pocket the object ball is going into when you shoot these shots. Now we're going to be shooting with low right, so the cue ball will be striking higher on the side rail due to the low on the cue ball. So here is our target, and the key to spinning the ball consistently is being able to strike the correct part of the cue ball over and over. And that's why it's important that whenever you perform ball pocketing drills, that you always give yourself a target. Striking a target not only tells you that you struck the cue ball with the correct amount of spin, but it also tells you that the object ball went in the correct part of the pocket. So I'll continue shooting drills using high left, center left, and low left, all the while concentrating on hitting the same spot on the cue ball every time. Next, I'll move the cue ball's location to the next sticker down, and begin all over again with different types of spin. And when you've done these drills for a while, gradually work your way up to hitting the targets 10 times and then 20 times. When you get to this point, automatic aiming begins to kick in, and pocketing balls and controlling the cue ball will be much easier. So if you're struggling with the drills or you're new to the game of pool, make the shots much easier until you become consistent at them. Then gradually work your way up to tougher shots. Now I'll set up a few of the more common spin shots that you should practice. This is a typical 2-rail spin shot that comes up quite a bit in games, and I'll be shooting this with high right and spinning 2 rails toward my target. And this shot is all stroke, not power. A good acceleration through the cue ball should easily move the cue ball toward your target. In this shot, we'll be striking the cue ball with low right and going 2 rails toward the middle of the table. This is another common shot that comes up quite a bit in both 8-ball and 9-ball. And my goal on this shot is speed control, trying to stop the cue ball on or near my target. And one of the most commonly missed shots is when a player is shooting over a ball using spin. And these are shots that players normally never practice. So when these shots come up in a game, they're not very consistent at them. So it's a good idea to sticker up shots like this and spend some time getting comfortable with them. If these shots are difficult for you, start off with easier versions of this type of shot, then gradually make the shots tougher. In this shot, I'm going to use high left to spin the cue ball toward my target. And this is another common shot that comes up when a player ends up on the wrong side of the pocket line and needs to go to the other end of the table. Here's another common shot where strong players use spin. In this shot, I'm going to play a position for the 8-ball in this corner pocket. And just by looking at the shot, I know right away that if I just roll the ball in without spin, the cue ball will hit the rail right around here. Since I need to hit a little lower on the side rail for position on the 8, I'm going to strike the cue ball with just a little bit of right spin, but not very much at all. And I was able to get my position on the 8. So if a player has no idea where the cue ball is going without spin, he may think he needs more spin than necessary and will probably end up in trouble. In this shot, I need to play position for the 8-ball in the lower left corner pocket, so my position area is very small. And just by looking at the shot, I know right away that if I roll the ball in without spin, I'll end up short of where I need to be. So when I shoot this, I now know I need to add a hair of left spin to the cue ball. And this is why many players run into trouble when using spin. Since they don't have a clear idea where the cue ball is going without spin, they usually end up using not enough spin or too much spin. So create your ball pocketing drills using spin, be creative, and focus on shots that you struggle with. And if you're playing a shot in league and you miss your position area by quite a bit, it's probably a problem shot. So set that shot up later and practice trying to pocket the ball and land the cue ball in a target area. Here's a 9-ball layout from a recent game by 2 top players. The player coming to the table has ball in hand. Study the layout and see if you can figure out the pattern. The key shot here is getting from the 1 to the 2 ball. Okay, so getting position on the 2 ball is the key shot, and it looks like he'll be making the 2 ball in this side pocket. But he needs to figure out how to get position for the 2 ball in the side. Well, if the 5 ball wasn't here, he could shoot the 1 ball and go 2 or 3 rails and end up in this area here, which would work fine. But since the 5 is here, he has to come up with another position shot to get on the 2 ball. And here it is. He put the cue ball here and used high action to come off this side rail and down here for shaping the 2 ball. And as you can see, there wasn't much room for error. He had to strike the rail right between the 4 and 5 ball. And in the actual game, he ended up on the 2 ball pocket line. He knew that if he came up short, he could use the 8 ball to stop the cue ball. And if he came up really short, he could either play a simple safety shot where he could bury his opponent. He could try a two-way shot by trying to cut the 2 in the side and carom the cue ball off the 9 and head toward the end rail, leaving a tough shot if he misses. Okay, so the player ended up here on the 2 ball pocket line. Before he shoots a 2, however, he needs to figure out where he needs to be in the 4 and 5 ball. Right away he notices that if he can shoot the 5 ball and keep the cue ball in the same area as the 5, he'll have a natural rolling shot to play position on the 7 ball. So when he shoots the 4 ball, his cue ball needs to end up either on the 5 ball pocket line or on this side of the line. And one thing he doesn't want to do is end up straight in on the 4 ball. If this happens, he can no longer move the cue ball near the 5 ball pocket line. Instead, he'll have to take this angle in the 5 and roll the cue ball around the 6 ball. Now it's a matter of going 2, maybe 3 rails for the 7 ball. So this way is a lot more work than if he had ended up with a proper angle on the 6. Also, it's much harder to control the speed hitting the cue ball this firm, as opposed to rolling in the cue ball. So when he plays position on the 4 ball, now he knows he needs an angle like this, where he can pocket the 4 and bounce off the side rail, and end up near the 5 ball pocket line. Okay, so now before he shoots the 2 ball, he's going to take note of the 3 ball pocket line. He needs to be on the top side of this line to get the correct angle for shape on the 4 ball. So he ended up above the 3 ball pocket line. And now we can see the sliding cue ball line for the 3 ball. If the cue ball is sliding, it's going to head in this direction toward the corner pocket. So he struck the cue ball above center to force the cue ball to the end rail, and he also used a little bit of left hand spin. And that moved the cue ball to the side rail and out for the 4 ball. He ended up with this angle in the 4 ball. And as we learned earlier, the closer to the rail the object ball is, the more a sliding cue ball will travel straight across the table. So when he shot the 4, he knew he could slide the cue ball straight out the rail for a position on the 5 ball. And in the actual game, he struck the 4 ball with extra speed to ensure he didn't come up short of the 5 ball pocket line. He knew that even if he crossed the 5 ball pocket line, he could play the cue ball off the side rail and keep it in this same area. And when he shoots the 5, he wants to keep the cue ball near the 6 ball line. If he ends up too far above the 6 ball line, he can no longer roll the 6 in and get position on the 7. Instead, he would have to use the sliding cue ball line and strike the cue ball above center with a firm stroke. So in the actual game, he slid the cue ball to the side rail and back out to keep the cue ball near the 6 ball line. Okay, so he ended up here on the 6 ball, which is ideal. And he would like to end up here for the 7 ball. If he had this angle on the 7, all he would have to do is roll the 7 in, and shape on the 8 would be automatic. If he ended up here instead with a flatter angle, he would have to use high action with right hand spin, and go off the side rail for position. And when he shot the 6 ball, he knew he needed to strike this side rail right around the 2nd diamond. If he did that, then he would have the ideal angle on the 7 to get on the 8 ball. So he ended up with this angle in the 7, which allowed him to just roll it in, and shape on the 8 was automatic. At this angle, all you had to do was draw the cue ball back for shape on the 9 ball. Here is the next layout. The player just broke and made 2 balls and has a shot on the 1 ball. Study the layout and see if you can figure out how the player ran the table. Okay, so before he shot the 1 ball, he had to figure out how he was going to play the 5 ball. Now, if he was on this side of the 1 ball pocket line, he could just shoot the 1 ball in and drift over and get this angle on the 3. Now it's just a matter of rolling in the 3 ball and getting shape in the 5 for the top right corner pocket. But since he's on the other side of the 1 ball, he's going to end up around here for the 3 ball. And if he can get near the 3 ball line, he can then roll it in and end up down here for shape in the 5 ball. So when he shot the 1 ball, he wanted to end up near the 3 ball line. Okay, so he ended up here on the 3 ball, and now he knows that if he rolls in the 3 ball without spin, his cue ball is going to head toward the side pocket. But if he were to add a little bit of right hand spin, the angle would widen and he would end up hitting the rail right around here, which would be ideal. And when many players have a flat angle like this, they try to power the ball in the pocket and force the cue ball off the side rail so they have an easier shot on the 6 ball. But when you strike a ball this firm, the pocket plays much smaller, so there is less margin for error. In this case, the player took the angle the table gave him and just came off the rail a little bit, ending up here. And even though he has a bit of an angle on the 6, he didn't want to play for position in this area on the 7 ball. The danger in this is ending up on the rail, or coming up short and leaving himself a funny angle to get shape on the 8 ball. Instead, he used low action to minimize the angle and kept the cue ball near the middle of the table. Now he has a natural angle to go 2 rails back for the 8 ball. So right around here would be his ideal position area for the 8 ball. But the danger in making this his position area is coming up short and leaving himself tough on the 8 ball. So instead, he shot the 7 with a little more speed to guarantee himself a shot in the 8 ball. Now it's just a matter of rolling in the 8 ball for shape on the 9. In this layout, the opponent just broke and scratched, so the player has ball in hand. Study the layout and see if you can figure out how he ran the pattern. The key shot is getting the correct angle in the 4 to get on the 5 ball. Okay, so before he shot the 1 ball, he had to figure out where he needed to be on the 4 ball. If he ended up here in the 4 ball, he could shoot it in with high action and come off the end rail and back up toward the middle of the table for a position on the 5 ball. And he knew that if he wanted to get to this area for the 4 ball, that an angle like this on the 3 would be ideal. So when he shoots the 2 ball, he would like to have a little angle on it so he can bounce the cue ball off the rail and end up in this position area for the 3 ball. So now he had to figure out the best way to get his position on the 2 ball from the 1 ball. As a rule, top players usually prefer following the cue ball rather than drawing the cue ball for a position. It's a little bit easier to control the speed and direction of the cue ball. So in this case, the player put the cue ball on this side of the 1 ball and shot it in the side pocket using high action. He also made sure he came off the other side rail for shape. And the reason he did that is to make sure he ended up with a makeable shot on the 2 ball. If he instead tried to roll perfectly into position on the 2, he may have underhit the cue ball and ended up with a difficult shot on the 2 to get on the 3. Coming off the rail means he has a very large position window. And let's say he underhit the cue ball trying to come off the rail and ended up here on the 2 ball pocket line. Since he's on the 2 ball pocket line, he won't be able to move the cue ball away from the side rail. In situations like this, players try to position the cue ball in front of the side pocket after pocketing the ball. By doing this, it allows them to strike the cue ball lower, giving them more options for controlling the cue ball. So back to the player's run out. He ended up here on the 2, which is ideal. He now knew he needed to end up on this side of the 3 ball pocket line. Once here, he can use draw to bring the cue ball in this direction for the 4 ball. Now it's just a matter of using draw to bring the cue ball toward the 4 ball. Now before he shoots a 4 ball, he has to find his danger zone for the 5 ball. And his danger zone, since he's shooting the 5 ball in this side pocket, would be ending up below the 5 ball pocket line. If he ended up here, it would be very difficult to get shape in the 6 ball, since his cue ball would be heading to this bottom end rail after pocketing the 5 ball. But if he ends up on this side of the 5 ball pocket line, he has several good options to choose from. If he overruns his position by quite a bit, he can always shoot the 5 in the top right corner. If he ends up here, he can roll the 5 ball in using a little bit of left to help straighten out the cue ball for shape on the 6. So when he shoots a 4 ball, his goal is to hit it with enough speed to at least reach the 5 ball pocket line. Okay, so in the game he ended up here for the 5 ball. But before he shoots a 5 ball, he needs to figure out how to get from the 7 to the 8 ball. And the ideal spot for the 7, if his cue ball ends up in this end of the table, would be right here. Now if he ends up here, you can use draw and bring the cue ball back to the middle of the table. But ending up in this area for the 7 means he'll have to get this position on the 6. Here he can just use follow on the cue ball to go to the end rail and back out. But if he's off even a little bit on his position for the 6, getting to his ideal spot for the 7 is going to be tricky. For instance here, he ended up a few inches short, and now when he follows the cue ball, it goes crashing into the 8 ball. And if he ends up on the 6 ball pocket line, he's going to have to roll the cue ball forward to end up near the 7 ball line. So his speed control has to be perfect. So in the actual game, the player took all this into account and played shape for the 6 ball here. Now when he shot the 6, he just brought the cue ball back near the middle of the table. He knew at this angle in the 7, as long as he pocketed the 7, the cue ball would naturally head back to the middle of the table. Even though he could have played shape on the 6 to end up near the bottom rail for the 7, he wanted to play the route that offered the least chance of something going wrong. In this shot, he wanted to be careful about where he left the cue ball for the 9. For instance, if he left the cue ball here for the 9 ball, now he has a long stretch shot where he has to draw the cue ball back. And whenever you're stretching for a shot using draw, it's real easy to miss-hit the shot. His goal when he shoots the 8-ball is to end up right around here. From there, he just used low with a little bit of right spin to help widen the angle coming off the rail for shape on the 10. If he came up short in the 9, then he could just roll the 9 in using a touch of right to bring the cue ball to the other side rail for shape on the 10. In this pattern, the player was left here after his opponent broke. Study the layout and figure out how he ran the pattern. The key shots here are getting proper shape in the 4 and 6. So before he shot the 1, he had to figure out where he needed to be on the 4 to get on the 5-ball. If we look at the 5-ball pocket line, if we ended up on this side of the line, the cue ball would have to travel 2 rails to end up for shape in the 6-ball. But controlling the cue ball speed will be difficult since we're traveling quite a ways for a position. We could easily end up with a funny angle in the 6 to get on the 7. Now if we ended up on this side of the 5-ball pocket line, now it wouldn't take much effort at all to get on the 6-ball. The player could just use the sliding cue ball line to travel in this direction for the 6. So the player realizes that the easiest way to get on this side of the 5-ball pocket line is to end up here on the 4. And now we can see that the sliding cue ball line heads to our position area for the 5-ball. And the easiest way to get to this position area for the 4-ball is to end up on the end rail when he's shooting the 3-ball. Now it's just a matter of using a little bit of high action and coming off the side rail and ending up in our position area. The other way to get to our position area for the 4-ball is to end up here for the 3. Now it's just a matter of rolling in the 3 to get our shape. But when you shoot the shot this way, you not only have to be aware of your speed, but you also have to make sure you strike the 3-ball cleanly. If you end up hitting just a hair too much of the ball, it may still go in, but your cue ball speed is going to be affected. And if you overcut the shot just a hair, your cue ball may overrun your position area. If you shoot it the other way, it's much easier to pocket the ball cleanly, so you can just concentrate on your speed. So that's his game plan for the first half of this pattern, and when he shoots the 1-ball, he wants to end up here. And he doesn't want to just roll into this area off the end rail, since his speed control will have to be exact. Instead, he'll play the cue ball off the end rail and also off the side rail. That way, once he leaves the side rail, his cue ball stays on a good angle for the 2-ball. Even if he strikes the cue ball too hard and ends up here, he still has a good angle to pocket the 2 and get on the 3-ball. Okay, so he ended up here on the 2-ball, and he wants to just roll it in and end up on the end rail. So he shot softly using left-hand spin to bring the cue ball down to the end rail for shape on the 3. Now it's just a matter of using a little high action to go off the side rail for position on the 4. So he ended up here for the 4-ball. And now he knows that a sliding cue ball is going to travel in this direction. So as soon as the cue ball leaves the side rail, it will be traveling on the correct side of the 5-ball pocket line. His position window on this shot is very large. Now before he shoots a 5-ball, he wants to examine the 6-ball. Anything below the 6-ball pocket line would be the danger zone. Ending up here means he would have to travel to the top end rail and back up. Now if a top player is comfortable with the speed of the table, they may play this shot 1 rail and end up right here. Or they may play it safe and end up short of the 6-ball pocket line. Anywhere in this area will work, and this is a common shot you'll see players shoot all the time. It allows them to roll the 6 in and go 3 rails for a position. Now it's just a matter of using below center with a little bit of left to help widen the angle and have the cue ball come back to this half of the table. And the closer you get to the 6-ball pocket line from the 5, the less need there is to go 3 rails. For instance, if he ended up here, he could just use high action with left spin. And if he got closer to the line, he could just use high action with no spin at all. Now if he ends up with a flatter angle in the 7, he's going to have to use a little bit more stroke to bring the cue ball back to this half of the table. If he ends up with an even flatter angle, he can either strike it with some force to help bring it back to this half of the table, or if he's playing on a table with tight pockets, he may want to use right-hand spin. This allows him to strike the cue ball softer, using the spin to help move the cue ball to the other side rail for position on the 8. Here's another example with even a flatter angle in the 7. This doesn't require a big hit, just a nice stroke with medium speed. Now if he would have ended up here in the 7, now he's faced with a difficult shot. He'll have to use draw to bring the cue ball back to the in rail and back up. If he didn't like that option, then the other option is to draw the cue ball back just a little bit for the 8-ball bank. On shots like these, always check to see if there is some sort of safety. For instance, on this shot, my cue ball will naturally be heading behind the 9-ball. So if my speed is good, I can put the cue ball behind the 9 in case I miss. In this situation, I need to play shape for the 8-ball around here, but I'm at an awkward angle on the 12-ball. If I just draw it back to the side rail, the cue ball will be heading away from my position area. But now I'll show you how to draw back to this area, and this is an unusual shot and it takes a great deal of practice. I'm going to power draw the 12-ball, and at the same time I'm going to partially jump the cue ball. And by doing this, when the cue ball lands on the table, it's going to change direction and head down to this area for shape on the 8-ball. Sometimes you'll come across a shot like this where it doesn't look like there's a way to bank the ball in. For instance, here I'm on the 8-ball and it really doesn't look like there's a path for the bank shot in the side pocket. But when the ball you're banking is within 2 diamonds of the pocket, you still may be able to bank it in. And here's how you check. Walk over to the pocket you want to bank the ball into and place your cue along the side of the pocket and aim it toward the side rail. You're checking to see if there's enough room for a ball to travel to the pocket without hitting the obstacle balls. And in this case, there's barely enough room for the ball to bank. So this becomes my aiming point on the rail. And when I shoot the 8, I'll be putting right hand spin on the cue ball. The right hand spin transfers left spin to the 8-ball, and left spin in this case would be reverse spin, which will straighten out the 8-ball's path. So you first want to hold the cue from the side pocket to the rail just to make sure there's enough room for the 8-ball to pass. And now I'm going to have to hit the rail pretty close to where my tip is here. And when the 8-ball hits this rail, I want it to have left spin, which in this case would be reverse spin. This will straighten out the 8-ball and allow it to head toward the side pocket. So in order to transfer left spin to the 8-ball, I need to put right spin on the cue ball. So when the cue ball strikes the 8-ball, the 2 balls act as gears. So the right spin on the cue ball transfers left spin to the 8-ball. And you don't want to shoot this shot too hard. You want the spin on the 8 to grab the rail and straighten it out. And here's a similar shot. I need to bank the 8 into the corner, but there doesn't seem to be a path. So once again, I hold my cue from the pocket to the rail to see if there is a path for my object ball. And in this case, it appears there is. So in this shot, I'm going to be using center left and just aim toward this spot on the rail. And in this last example, I can tell right away there's plenty of room for a bank shot, even though it appears there are balls in the way. I'm just going to shoot toward this spot on the rail with left hand spin. So the real secret of pool is that there are no shortcuts. Just like every other sport out there, to reach a high level in pool takes sacrifice, discipline, patience, and a winning game plan. And you can start creating your own winning game plan by developing a curiosity about your game. Even if you only write down 5 weaknesses during league or tournament night, that's a start. And by documenting your problem areas, you're going to start getting a clearer picture of your true skill level. And this is the first step in building your game for the future. So learn to be objective about your game, remove any emotion or ego, and be honest about your true skill level. To reach a high level in pool, you not only have to be a student of the game, but you have to be a student of your own game.